Good morning. I want to welcome each one of you to the Halifax County Board of Equalization and Review meeting. Following this meeting, we're going to have a Halifax County Board of Commissioners meeting too, just in case some of you may not be familiar with that in the process. I do want to thank all of you for being here. At this time, the meeting will officially come to order at this time. Item 2 on the Board of Equalization and Review agenda, conflict of interest. In accordance with the Halifax County Board of Commissioners Rule of Procedure and the North Carolina General Statute Section 153A-44, it is the duty of every member of the Board of E&R to vote on all matters coming before the board unless there is a conflict of interest as determined by the board or by law. Does any board member have a known conflict of interest with respect to matters before the board today? Ms. Johnson. And just for the record, Mr. Webb is not here today. He has court. Some of you may know he's a practicing attorney, but he has a murder case this morning, so he will not be with us. Ms. Brewer.
No conflict.
No conflict.
No conflict.
No conflict, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let the record so reflect that the 5 members present on the E&R board do not have any conflict with matters coming before us today.
Yes, sir.
Item 3 on the agenda, Board of Equalization and Review appeals presentation. We'll hear from our Halifax County Tax Assessor, Mr. Shane Lynch. Good morning, sir. And Mr. Lynch, as you come forward, let's kind of go ahead and get this out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and swear you to that. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think the first item, Mr. Lynch, if we're going to go in this order, is going to be Steve and Kim Anderson, appeal of parcel 0702128.
That is correct, sir. Thank you for having me before the board this morning. I do apologize for my informal time, still working with one arm, so just bear with me. Yes, you are correct. Today we have, again, Mr. Steve Anderson, following up on his appeal of parcel 0702128. You might remember that Mr. Anderson appealed before this board on June 17th. Unfortunately, I was not able to make that meeting. My chief appraiser, Ms. Lynn Simeon, presented for me that day. And from my understanding, there were some questions that Mr. Anderson had for my team that we were not able to answer that day. So this board tabled his appeal for us to go gather that data in conference with Mr. Anderson, which we did. We conferenced with him once as a team, and then him and I conferenced one-on-one. And after both of those conferences and us submitting the dates to him that he was asking about, he still further wanted to appeal his property value to this board. In your agenda packet, item 1, Anderson appeal package, you have his most recent appeal letter included in that packet. So hopefully you've had an opportunity to read that, and he'll go over it with you now in further further detail, and then I'll be available for any questions from this board or from Mr. Anderson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
I need for you to be sworn or affirmed. You prefer to be sworn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Mr. Anderson, just so you know, if you have any handouts, you can hand it out to the commissioners and staff now if you need to. If not, you can proceed. And just so you will know, we're not going to rehash all we talked about the first time. We're just going to move forward as to what this board had tabled going forward. So that's what you need to address.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The only handout is the one that you showed about in your packet.
Right. And also, too, Mr. Anderson, for the record, we have it in our packet and we have all the data information. Just for the record, can we also make that a part of the record officially? Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir, that's fine with me.
Okay, Madam Clerk? So note that. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Now proceed. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir, and the gentleman for letting me appear again. I think this is my last time. But I appreciate your time. the land value of my property, which went up 60% since the last assessment. And I do everything Shane said is absolutely correct, and I greatly appreciate the time he and his staff, he and Lynn and other folks. I almost feel bad how much time they spent with me going back and forth. Although we still disagree, they were very gracious with their time and very helpful, so I appreciate that. Same theme as last time. I love my neighborhood. I don't love my neighborhood code, and or what has been referred to as a land rate. And as I've outlined in that one-page sheet that you have, through the process of talking with the tax department, first I looked at percentages and said, why did the lots next to mine go up such a small percentage compared to mine? Why did mine go up 60%? And I think the answer was you can't use percentages. Okay. So then the assessment, they gave me square footage values. Here's how much all the lots in the neighborhood are valued at per square foot. And again, there are lots immediately adjacent to mine that are less than square foot, with different size, obviously. And so, but I don't think that is I'm told you can't use that either to do it. So I'm not sure how I can get my point across if I can't compare percentages, I can't compare square footage. It feels to me, a little bit to me like, almost like pulling into a gas station and they just arbitrarily set the price that day for what kind of car you're driving or whatever. And I think that if I compared my lot to some of the other lots in my neighborhood with similar characteristics based on my subjective opinion, then my lot assessment would be much less. And I think this really goes to the third point of my remedy, which I know is a Herculean task, and I'm not asking you all to approve this, but I think the neighborhood codes that were established 25 years ago, based on then what was believed to be desirable characteristics of certain lots, need to be revisited, because I believe the codes they've just been kept in place for 25 years based on this, site visit that was done 25 years ago. Well, things have changed. Characteristics have changed. People's tastes and desirability have changed. And within my particular small little neighborhood, there are lots that I believe are very similar to mine in their characteristics, the way they face, the size, the waterfront, the depth of water, and yet their assessment is almost half of what my assessment is. And that's what I think the overall issue is. And I'm not sure that Shane might not disagree with me, but again, that's a huge task to revise all of those. And another argument is that if we adjust your assessment, then what about all your neighbors? Well, my neighbors didn't appeal. Or you can adjust theirs too if you want. That's fine. But I think that there should be some level of uniformity in percentage that a lot increases if there's two lots next to each other, or the price per square foot on two similar situated lots next to each other. And I don't think that exists. And that is why, for the remedy requested, I put number 1 and number 2. Those two are based, the first one is based on a square footage valuation of my property consistent with adjacent properties. And the second one is based on a reappraisal based on a percentage increase based on adjacent properties. And that, Mr. Chairman, I will, everything else is the points I just remember are addressed within that one piece of paper that I provided.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yes, sir. Hold on just for a second. Are there any questions from the Board of ENR, Mr. Anderson? Mr. Lynch, do you have any questions?
None at this time.
Okay. All right, you may have a seat. Don't go too far away because you may have to come back. All right, we'll hear from you at this time, Mr. Lynch, as far as your rebuttal.
So Mr. Anderson does have some very legitimate concerns. After the June 17th hearing, those were similar concerns that he had, so we gathered some data and supplied it to Mr. Anderson, which him and I went over, and it's where he's getting his price per square foot rates from. If I can get you to refer to your third attachment in your agenda item, it should be labeled Myrick Estates Neighborhood Acreage Rate Percentage. It's a PDF of a spreadsheet that should be your third attachment. Okay. All right, let me get my copy of it. And what we did here, so just to remind this board, and I know Attorney Rollins has, that a percent increase is not a legitimate argument for a property assessment appeal on a reappraisal review. Okay? What is a percent increase? It's when you take a previous value and you take a new value and you determine at what percent it changed. But if the previous value for neighboring properties were closer to market, and we didn't have to change them as much to get to market, you are going to have a difference in overall percentage change. Because you've got two numbers that you're dealing with, and you've got the percentage result. And in that spreadsheet, we define that. So let me grab it real quick so I can go over it with you. In this spreadsheet, Mr. Anderson's parcel is the row that's highlighted in yellow. So that's kind of like maybe 3/4 of the way down.
Mhm.
Mr. Anderson, do you have a copy of that spreadsheet with you? All right, and what I did, you may notice there's 3 columns that are highlighted in green. So the rows going horizontally, and that's in yellow, and that's Mr. Anderson's property. And then you have 3 vertical columns that are highlighted in green. The first one being the total acreage, the second one being the land value per square foot, which is the unit price that we're using to compare. And then the third column is that percent that we keep referencing. All right, so for informational purposes, Mr. Anderson's property is 0.748 acres. It's valued at a price per square foot rate of $15.40 for a total value of $501,700. Now that's just on his lot. And then that was a 60% change, 60.39% change. But the reason I highlighted the land value per square foot is it's all correlated by acreage. Okay, so the larger your acreage, the last third of these parcels are all the same neighborhood as Mr. Andrews. That's R190%. The more acreage you have, the lower your per square foot rate. The less acreage that you have, the higher your per square foot acreage. That is a range of $13.04 for the higher acreage properties and $24.15 for the lower acreage. But this array in the spreadsheet shows the consistency. The more acreage you got, the lower your rate. But as you look at the values, they are in line. It shows consistency from Mr. Anderson's at 0.748 at a rate of $15.40 per acre. His total value is $501,700. Now, a parcel that's almost half this size at 0.45 acres has a $24 rate, but its value is $473,300. So only about 28,000 less. And it shows how our size factor works. And the reason that the rate for more acreage is lower and the rate for less acreage is more, it's just like anything else. If you go to Sam's Club, if you go to Costco, the more you buy of something, typically your unit price is lower. And that's the same thing with acreage and acreages, and the sales reflect this. So I appreciate Mr. Anderson's dispute. Him and I have went back and forth on these rates. I think this spreadsheet shows that there is consistency between neighborhood, the size of your lot, the rate that's applied, and then your overall value. And though there are a couple outliers that only went up 46% or 57% or 51%, their starting values were much higher than Mr. Anderson. So if their starting value is much higher, but the ending result is closer to the same, their overall percent change is going to be less than that. He had further room to make up. He had further value to make up. And that's really all I have to say about our neighborhood schedule, our rate per square foot. This board can adjust a value for only a few reasons. The first one being, if my value is excessively or erroneously over or under market value. The second being, if the schedule that this board approved back in November, if I'm misapplying that. You adopted a schedule, and then you charge me with applying it to properties across the county. If you see that I'm not accurately applying that schedule, you can adjust the value. And then, of course, consistency and inconsistency, which to me, this spreadsheet shows consistency. If you're in the same neighborhood, you have a smaller parcel, your rate's a little higher, but your value's in line. If you have a larger parcel, your rate's a little lower, but your value's still in line, all supported by sales data. And unfortunately, Mr. Anderson did not provide any sales data to contradict our values. So that definitely helps with the valuation appeal. So his appeal is basically more on it being inequitable than it being wrong. So he's not saying this property is not worth that. He's just saying our methodology, he thinks is fair. And I think from the information on the spreadsheet, it shows that it is. So I'm content with my value. I'm not making a recommendation today. My decision's been made, and it's been appealed to this board. So it's at the discretion of this board to let me know what you want me to do. I'm at your pleasure. I'll adjust it if you want me to, or we'll leave it the same. That's your pleasure.
Okay, you've heard the information coming from our tax assessor. I failed to mention this to colleagues. Make sure you're speaking to the mic. You know, your mic's on, you're speaking into them. So not only the folks in the audience and hearing this building can hear us, but, we live stream online as well. Okay, with that being said, any questions or comments from any of the E&R board members?
Just go back to your first statement. I think I understand the value is erroneously in contradiction with market value,
Right.
correct?
So, yes, ma'am. This is mass appraisal. Okay, so Halifax County has 40,000 pieces of property. I have a staff of 3 full-time appraisers, 2 part-time appraisers, and sometimes we contract for certain high volume, high value areas. So we do the best we can, and that's the purpose of you adopting that schedule, so we can apply that to our data. We feel as if our data is good and that schedule is accurate. We apply the schedule to the data, the value is going to be good. And when we finish our reval, we're at that point. Our sales ratio this year was 99%. So that shows that we're pretty close. Now, does that mean we're not going to make mistakes or there's not going to be bad values? No, we made plenty of adjustments this reval. But there were ones that we could support, and that if we were questioned on, we had evidence to show that our value is wrong. I understand, and I have noted Mr. Anderson's concerns with our neighborhood schedule methodology. It has been in place for 25 years, but it's worked for 25 years. I think Ms. Johnson and Mr. Bryant were probably the only 2 city board members that had, no, Ms. Brewer has been on the E&R board for another reval. You folks have never heard about neighborhood codes before. They come up this time because there was such a large overall increase in value. And people started paying closer attention to what made their value. So is that a broken system? I don't think it's broken. Can it be improved? Yes. And we'll look into that. But today, your job as the board is to determine whether I need to adjust Mr. Anderson's value. And by adjusting it, are we getting closer to market value or further away from market value?
Okay, Ms. Brewer, anything else? Okay, now, you did, your office did reduce the assessed value of Mr. Anderson's property.
Initially, during the informal hearing process?
Yes, sir.
And that was all in the building value.
Right, okay. All right, any other questions or comments from any of the E&R board members? If not, Mr. Anderson, do you have any questions? Now, if you do, you don't have any questions of Mr. Lynch? Okay. All right, at this time, after the consideration of all the evidence, Board of E&R and review, we have choices, as you well know. We can order reducing, increasing, or affirming the listing or the appraisal value under the appeal. And of course, as you well know, we can also defer it for a decision at a later date as well. So, they are choices. And I'm not speaking into the mic like I asked you all to do. Okay, Ms. Johnson, did you have something, or you just reach for your mic? Okay, all right. All right, well, if you all didn't hear me, did you all hear me? Okay, all right, but there are choices. You know, we can reduce it, increase it, or affirm it, affirm the listing or appraisal value under the appeal, or we can defer it. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I move that we affirm the appraisal value as stated by the tax office
Okay,
based on the three possible, not possible, the three standards that we set for appraisal.
okay. Motion made by Ms. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the 5 E&R board members vote with that motion.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, and I think you understand exactly what we said, but if you have any questions, certainly you can speak to Mr. Lynch. Thanks again. Appreciate you coming, and appreciate you being a very good gentleman and coming and presenting your information too. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Anderson, you'll get a formal notification from us, and then it also outlines your further appeal.
Okay. I think you have another item, right?
I have a second agenda item, approval of a taxpayer consent decision. You folks are familiar with this type of item. After the board for E&R opens for taking appeals, this is the only body or authority that can change the value. My staff has still been working with taxpayers processing appeals, and if we come to an agreement with the taxpayer, we will draft and sign a consent decision where the taxpayer signs it, I as the assessor signs it, and then I bring it to this board for approval. There was just one property this time, and you have a copy of that consent decision in your agenda.
Okay, you've heard information coming from our tax assessor. What is your pleasure, E&R board?
Move the consent agenda item be approved.
Motion made by Ms. Brewer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, again, let the record so reflect that the 5 present voted in favor of that.
And then if I could, Chairman Bryan, one more, I have one final board appeal to this E&R, Board of Equalization Review. It is a commercial appeal being handled by a tax management firm.
Mhm.
And they could not schedule today to make it here in person, nor do they know if they will ever make it in person. So they have requested just for me to ask if this board would be willing to do a virtual E&R meeting. I talked to the Department of Revenue on Friday that it's not a common practice post-COVID, but this board can do whatever it wants to do. So if we're not going to do a virtual E&R meeting for that taxpayer and their representative, then I will schedule them for the September meeting, and either they can appear or I can present their appeal on their behalf.
Attorney Rollins, I see you turn your mic on.
Yes, sir.
Hear from you.
You may have mentioned this to me, Shane, but I don't know that you did.
You were out last week.
I certainly was, and I had a great week. One of the reasons.
You want to tell us about it?
We'll get to that. One of the reasons that it's not common practice post-COVID is that these hearings are quasi-judicial. And you take sworn testimony, you look at witnesses eye to eye to assess how much, veracity you give a witness, that sort of thing. And part of the problem with asking for a remote session is that, as a quasi-judicial body, it's very difficult to pull that off from sometimes. I'm not saying it wouldn't be possible here. I think, I'm not entirely sure you do have that authority, but as an elected board, I know you don't, not post-COVID. But this isn't an elected board, this is an appointed board, and you appointed yourselves, but you're an appointed board. So that probably gives you the ability to do it. Whether it's a good practice, I'm hesitant to say. because this is a hearing like any other, like a court proceeding. And it's not something you typically want to be in the habit of doing. I would suggest that you set it for the September meeting, and let's let these folks know they need to be here.
Okay, do you all want to go on record for that, or just, all right, someone make a motion for that?
Move to. Ask that you'll appear for September 2nd meeting.
Motion made by Mr. Brewer, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Probably didn't need to do that, but just to get in the record. Okay,
For clarifying that for me, and I'll pass it along.
okay. All right, with that being said, hold up, Mr. Lynch. I want to make sure that we do this right. I just need your guidance and direction on recessing or adjourning.
Yep, you're recessing.
Okay, all right. Can I get a motion for that?
So moved, recess.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Johnson, there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Lynch, and also I see your sidekick over there, your chief. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all, all that you do for the county, as well as your other staff. Okay, now, the Board of ENR is officially recessed. Now, if you all just hold your seat a second. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Wow. The Halifax County Board of Commissioners meeting will officially come to order at this time. Thank all of you all for being here. I think that's why most of you here is for the Board of County Commissioners meeting. But thank each one of you for being here and being present for this meeting. As I mentioned earlier, Commissioner Webb has a murder case in court, and they're going to trial this morning. That's why he's not here. As most of you know, or probably just about all of you know, he's a practicing attorney too. Okay, we're going to move into the county commissioners' agenda. We're going to have the invocation going to be led by Commissioner Carolyn Johnson. Those of you who wish to join us, please stand, and then we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance in unison.
As you know, our world and our nation is in a lot of turmoil.
Amen.
And I have been meditating on Psalms 121. And I would like to use a portion of that as my prayer. So please bow your heads. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord. The Lord is my strength. The Lord is my help. The Lord is my keeper. The Lord will keep my strength, going in and coming out, from this time forward and forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Johnson, when you get ready to do your trial sermon, I'm going to be right there. I trust that the commissioners have had an opportunity to review the agenda. I will so entertain a motion for the adoption.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
A motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, conflict of interest. In accordance with the Halifax County Board of Commissioners Rules of Procedure in the North Carolina General Statute, Section 153A-44, it is the duty of every member present to vote on all matters coming before the board unless there is a conflict of interest as determined by the board or by law. Does any board member have a known conflict of interest with matters coming before us today? Commissioner Smith?
No conflict, sir.
No conflict.
No conflict.
No conflict.
No problem.
Madam Clerk, let the record so reflect that the 5 commissioners present do not have any conflict with matters coming before us today.
Yes, sir.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We got about 5 items under that. Item A is the approval of minutes. Item B, budget amendments. Item C, property tax collections, refunds and releases, July 2024. Item D, budget amendments to prevent deficit spending. And item E, carry forward budget amendments. Any questions or comments from the commissioners in regards to that? If not, I need a motion for the approval.
Move for approval of consent agenda.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Davis, you want to second it?
Second it.
Okay, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, special recognitions. Just before we get into the agenda portion of the special recognitions, I'm going to ask Representative-elect Rodney Pierce, if you would stand, please, sir. Those of you who don't know this, Rodney Pierce is our new representative as of January of this year. January 2025. And he'll be representing Halifax, Northampton, and Warren counties. Just want you all to have an opportunity to meet him, and he just said hello to us, and thank you for being here. We look forward to you on behalf of the Board of Commission. We look forward to working with you, and we're looking forward to your leadership in the North Carolina General Assembly.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We also have, he don't need an introduction, he's going to be on this board with us, Jimmy Silver, stand up. He's the Democratic nominee. He's going to be taking Ms. Johnson's place. He'll be sworn in December 1. Looking forward to working with you, Jimmy. Thank you. Okay. And the last elected official I see sitting in the audience, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the board member from Halifax County Schools, Dr. Lashley. Thank you for being here. Okay, did I overlook any elected official? I'll tell you what, Ms. Denton, she keep me. Oh, Sheriff Davis. Sheriff, we're going to hear a lot from Sheriff Davis today. This is our illustrious Halifax County Sheriff, Tyree Davis. How could I skip him? But we're going to hear a lot from him in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Denton don't let me forget anyone. At this time, we're going to have, I don't even know who this guy is. Timothy Scott Hall. Who is that? Come on up, Scott. He's got his beautiful family with him. We're going to recognize him in a little bit. But, Timothy, I didn't know your first name was Timothy. Yes, sir. Scott, I've been knowing you for at least 20 years, maybe 25 years, probably 30. Probably. I'll never forget, I got to tell y'all this. I shouldn't tell this, I really shouldn't, but I'm going to tell it. I was driving my brother's truck one time, and my brother got a regular diesel truck. I was driving, and this deputy stopped me because I didn't have a seatbelt on. And so anyway, he was a lieutenant at that time, and he called Lieutenant Hall. He said, Lieutenant Hall, I just stopped Mr. Bryant. Scott said, look, you just didn't let Mr. Bryant go hang on this guy. You remember that? But Scott and I go back a long way. Scott has done a lot for Halifax County, Warren Rapids, and just the whole community. You know, he does fundraisers. This guy can cook. You know, I mean, I don't know if you've ever eaten in this food, but this guy can cook. He does a lot of fundraising for folks, you know, who have challenges in the community. Scott has just been a great asset, not just in law enforcement, but in the community. And Scott Hall has been a friend of mine for a very long time. He knew my brother Eugene, who was deceased now. They were good friends. Yeah, anyway, Scott, you know I love you. But I got to read this. Resolution, whereas Timothy S. Scott Hall decided to retire as captain with Halifax County Sheriff's Office effective July 31st of 2024. Whereas he has spent 30 years with local government. Timothy, you know, I'm thinking about scriptures. Scott, that's right. Scott has also served in many positions of honor in the community state, as well as being dedicated public service to the citizens of Halifax County. Now therefore be it resolved that on this day, Monday, the 5th day of August, 2024, the Halifax County Board of Commissioners did honor Timothy Scott Hall with formal adoption. This resolution recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Vernon J. Bryant, Chairman, Halifax County Board of Commissioners, Andrew Wiggins, Clerk to the Board of Commissioners. And I also want to give you a pen too, for retirement.
this resolution, and we got a nice look. When I leave the county commissioners deal, oh, y'all, I don't want to leave it. Look at here. At this time, I'm going to ask our illustrious sheriff of Halifax County, Tyree Davis, to come up. Come on up. And just before you say something, I'm going to ask your boss to say something.
So the last couple months been pretty tough. We had a lot of these, 3, 4, and 5, just retiring from the sheriff's office. When you have somebody like Scott, it's hard to replace those years of service, those conversations, the expertise and everything he brings. But I've been telling a bunch of stories because we had a bunch of retirement stuff for him, and his wife didn't want it. I'm gonna tell another story right quick. I know my time is limited.
You're good. You're good.
So we went out, Scott and I worked on the same squad when I was at the sheriff's office, and we went out to 561. Do you remember the name of the club we went to? Which part of So we're at 561. There's supposed to be some large fight out there and everything else. And we get out there and our whole squad shows up. Well, of course, we start arresting people, and people from inside the club, they come out because they don't like their friends getting arrested. Well, this one guy comes up to us, and before we even notice as a squad, Scott has to grab this guy, somehow throw him on the ground, laying on top of him. And everybody else is coming up to him. That way we have Scott's back and to keep everybody else off while he's effecting the arrest on this guy. Well, we arrested the guy and everything else. About 3 months later, we're in the welding project. Me and Scott was going to another welding project. That same guy said, and he's telling his boy, that's the guy that, no, he said, what'd he say? They jumped me. They jumped me when they came out there. Yeah, 5 people jumped on me and everything else. And Scott's like, what? And then I said, no, I ain't no 5 people. You might have thought it was 5 people. And then he was like, no. So he was embarrassed in front of his board and told everybody that 5 people jumped on him when it was just Scott and everything else. So we've had a lot of long days and nights and stuff together. I appreciate his service too with the county and all he's helped me with over the years. And I hate to see him go, but I asked the one who's going after this, and for you guys who don't know, he's going to stay on with us part-time, but he's going to be the school resource officer out at Halifax Academy. So he's still going to be with us.
Thank you, brother. Scott, we're helping you at this time. Timothy Scott.
So I'd just like to say thank you to the board. I have probably too emotional. I love my job. I have loved serving the citizens, and I've given my whole heart to you guys. I've given my heart more to you guys and the citizens than my own family at times. And it's been a good career. It has. I'm ready. I'm ready to retire. Let's see what life is like outside of the phone calls at 3 a.m. The new captain here is seeing what that's like. In the cash, he seeing what it's like leaving at the house and staying long all night. I'm going to miss some of those things, but I'm looking forward to spending time with my family. I would die for the citizens here. I've put my life out there, and I'll continue to do that, but in a different role. I hope to protect the children. But I've loved every bit of it. It's been a lot of ups, it's been some downs, but I wouldn't change much about it at all. And I do thank the board for the opportunities. I've worked with many of you closely for many years, even when I was forbidden not to. Mr. Chair, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Yes, sir.
I'll never forget a lot of the days, in my early days of law enforcement, we'd meet for coffee.
Yep.
I passed across that coffee at Becker Drive and Old Farm Road.
That's right.
Had a lot of cups of coffee together. As a county employee, it's been a wonderful job. Pay could have been better. As a citizen, I challenge you as a board. I'm not the only one that's ever broke my back for you guys and the whole county. Please do what you can to take care of these county employees. There's a lot of county employees that love their job and love this county. You guys give them a great raise in the last 12 to 24 months, but don't ever stop. Keep your foot on the gas and help these county employees, because I promise you, they love their job. They do. And thank you again. Thank you so much.
You know, couple things. Sheriff, come up with the weapon and the badge. First of all, I need to make a motion. You know, I get so excited with Scott. I need to make a motion. Thank you, Sheriff, for reminding me about that too. I need to make a motion for two things. I need to make a motion for that resolution, and also that the Board of Commissioners authorize the sheriff to donate the badge by the officer, and further authorize the sale of the sidearm, which is hereby declared surplus property to be priced for $1, and that payment be waived by the Halifax County Commissioners for his loyal and dedicated service to Halifax County. And I'm going to ask the sheriff to present that at this
Motion.
Okay, the motion is second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, also, I'm going to ask the lovely wife, Renee, who's a
My
nurse,
nurse.
and beautiful daughter, please stand up. Renee, thank you so much. Got to know you through Scott, and I tell you what, you have been wonderful. You know, your son too. Your son, yeah, he's a yeah. So anyway, anyone who wants to take pictures, please go upstairs, please. Just two other things. Okay.
I'll be real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, the HR department, I've worked the snot out of them for the last 6 months. And they have been amazing. That's an amazing team, and I have worried them to death. And Kristen, I'm sorry.
Raise your hand, so-
I'm sorry, but I have worried those ladies to death, and when, I guess I'm worrying about when I do this, when I do that, and they, and especially Kristen, has kept me, I know I'm working with that, I'm sorry. At last, Sheriff, I thank you for allowing me to retire. You didn't have to, and I appreciate it. It's more than you know. Thank you.
Scott, that was mighty honorable of you to say that about the sheriff, and Sheriff, that speaks volume about what he just said last, you know that. But anyway, I need to say that, I felt like. So with that being said, wow, why am I tearing up here a little bit? Next one is the retirement resolution for William Thompson Jr. from the Sheriff's Department. We're going to ask Commissioner Brewer to make that presentation. And you can come up at this time.
These retirees are younger and younger. The ones I saw for 30 years had to be at least 62. But I am honored to be here today, and I won't call you Bo, because I don't know who this person is either. Whereas William F. Thompson Jr. decided to retire as a sergeant with the Halifax County Sheriff's Office effective July 31st of the year 2024. And whereas he has spent 26 years with local government, William has also served in many positions of honor in the community and state, as well as being a dedicated public service to the citizens of Halifax County. Now therefore be it resolved that on this day, Monday, August 5th of the year 2024, the Halifax County Board of Commissioners did honor William F. Thompson Jr. with a formal adoption of this resolution to be recorded in the minutes of the meeting of this day. Signed, Vernon J. Bryant, Chairman, and Andrea Wiggins, Clerk to the Board. Congratulations, guys. And I want you to wear this because I keep losing mine. And maybe I'll do it one day, but we thank you so much for your service. And I move that this resolution be a part of the minutes and be approved as presented.
Okay, what about, we also include the,
I know you read that one piece of paper nobody gave me.
okay.
But I want you to get the gun. I brought it to me. The lieutenant brought it to me and took it back.
That was 'cause I told him to.
To have the gun for $1 and anything else he needs. Give him the star too.
Right, the badge.
Congratulations.
Okay. Okay, it's been motioned and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
He wouldn't let me.
We're hired.
I retired.
She and Vice Chairman Brewer said anything else to me, but we have to be careful when we're talking about this guy here. For the last 2 years, every time I've seen him, it's been two things. One has always been a smile on his face, the last 2 years. The other thing was he always asked for a soft serve ice cream machine. To be installed at sheriff's office. So when they were retiring, I asked God, hey, what you gonna do after? I asked Corey, what you gonna do after? I asked Bo, what you gonna do after? You know, they told me about where they were going to work and what they were going to do. Bo starts telling me about vacations. He's got about 4 or 5 vacations lined up already. He started talking. I said, well, look, when you leave, the first thing we're going to do is install that ice cream. Now since you're gone, but I appreciate all you've done. If he worked in our civil unit, and our civil unit, between the civil unit and the jail, they're the two most ways that we can be sued at sheriff's office. So his unit and the unit that he helped supervise kept a lot of lawsuits off of our tail at the sheriff's office over the years that they've been employed and the years he's been there. And I appreciate that because whenever I had questions, whenever a citizen called me and complained about something that dealt with a civil issue, I could always go to him and the lieutenant. They had the answer. We were able to do it. And most of the time it was just communication from our office to the community. They were doing the right thing, but just the communication breakdown, and we ended up getting that handled. But here's your gun and your badge. You can be like Captain Hall and come back and work with it part-time and use it if you like. Or you can stay retired like you told me you were gonna do and enjoy your vacation. No, we'll get some blanks here.
Jim? But I want to thank y'all for letting me serve, and also Mr. Davis. I've known him for quite some time, and he had a picture that he was trying to bribe me with. We won't talk about that, but. Okay.
Well, on behalf of the Halifax County Board of Commissioners, thank you so much for your dedicated service. Appreciate all that you've done for this county and for the community too. He's another community person. And Scott, don't forget your stuff on the front row before you leave. Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to ask Commissioner John Smith to come up. Retirement resolution for Corey L. Dixon Sr.
Mr. Dixon, will you come forward, please? Congratulate you on your retirement. To read this resolution. Where Corey L. Dixon Sr. decided to retire as jail administrator for Halifax County Sheriff Office July 31st of the year 2024. And whereas, whereas he has spent 21 years with the local government, Corey has also served in many positions of honor in the community and state, and as well as being a dedicated public servant to the citizens of Halifax County. Now therefore be resolved that on this day, Monday, August 5th of the year of 2024, Halifax County Board of Commissioners did honor Corey L. Dixon Sr. with formal adoption of this resolution to be recorded and minutes of the meeting of this day. Signed by our Commissioner Chair, Vernon Bryant, and Ms. Andrew Wiggins, clerk to the board. And also would like to introduce this meeting. And also, Commissioners, I do ask that this resolution be adopted as part of our minutes on this day.
Okay, along with this bad.
And long as bad.
All right, motion made by Commissioner.
Authorizing Sheriff Davis to present him with this message.
Okay, all right. Motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. In the further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Sheriff Davis, come on up and give him that badge. And I know you're gonna talk a few minutes and then.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it quick. So let me explain, so the last team got that gun in there, man, Corey hit his back because the county, you have to serve 5 years in order to get your gun in your bag. He came out of stint, left and come back, so he has less than a 5-year term, so he's able to get his badge go with him. But through talking with him over the past 6 months, I think he'll have another gun and badge coming up in his future. That's what, you know, knowing Corey started at Sheriff's Office when I started back here after the election, and we were getting to know each other, and I called him, I know I got Corey. Because you can ask Corey for a number 2 penny nail with a Phillips head, and he's gonna know a guy that has it. I don't care what you need. If you call him and say, hey, I need a door for a 62 convertible Mustang, he's gonna find the guy that has the door for a 62 convertible Mustang, and then he's gonna say, do you need the passenger side or the driver's side? Because I got them both. But I don't care what you need, you can call Corey, you can get done and everything else, and he was all, well, I can't say he was always had a smile on his face, because he comes to me sometimes so frustrated, he ain't know what to do. He served our citizens well, he served the jail well, he used to be chief over in Gaston, he served them well, he worked on the Rapid PD, he used to work gangs here, he used to work investigations here, and I just appreciate all your service and everything to the county. Here you are, I'm sure we'll be talking some more. Appreciate it.
Like the sheriff said, the biggest liability is sewer and jail. My venture that I'm planning on stepping into, I figured jail is something that I need to, I'm sorry, can't hear me. I figured the jail is something that I need to get under my belt, and the sheriff and I sat down and talked about it, and that's why I ventured into the jail form. I don't want to thank everyone, and I want to thank you, Sheriff, thank you.
Corey, you have a long history in law enforcement. I've been knowing you for a very long time too. And Corey, you've been an outstanding citizen in Halifax County. And thank you so much for all your service. Appreciate you. Y'all don't have to leave.
You gotta go to work.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move to item 3 on the agenda, which is public comment. And we have T.D. Edmond, who's going to be talking about the school. Please come forward after I read this about public comment period. As required by the General Statute 153A-521, the Halifax County Board of Commissioners provide a public comment period once a month as an item of business at the regular meeting. Now it is time for public comment period. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and begin speaking. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have documents that you want to give to the board, please hand those out before going to the podium. I will not go over the rules for the public comment period because they were posted by the door of this room. By signing up to speak, you have acknowledged that you are familiar with the rules and that you will abide by them. We will do our best to hear from everyone who has signed up to speak, but if we are unable to accommodate everyone in allotted time, you will be invited to speak during the next public comment period, at which time you will be given priority.
without having to sign up. We appreciate your interest in Halifax County government, and we look forward to hearing from you. At this time, I'll invite T.D. Edmond to come up and talk. Good morning, sir.
I only have a couple of questions. If all this money we want to spend on $50 million we want to spend on a new project. And I see we have two projects here, the Halifax County and the Weldon School District.
Now, before you start talking, Mr. Edmond, if you don't mind, just state your name. I have it here before, but state your name, your address, and then you can go ahead and speak, just for the record.
Edmund, 326 Horseshoe Road,
Okay, and which town is that in?
Halifax.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
No, but I was just wondering if the Halifax County School District, is that fully the classroom overstocked? Do we have any planning in the future? Do the schools just figuring out, are they having enough room for the new pupils, people moving into the area? And are they over capacity right now?
Are you talking about Halifax County or Weldon?
I'm talking about Halifax County right now.
Okay, well, the superintendent's here, and he's gonna make a presentation about the school in a little bit, and when he present, maybe he can keep in mind your questions.
Okay. And the second one is the Weldon School District over capacity.
Okay.
Those are the questions I have, because I'm driving around all the time and I see all these schools closed down. And I was just wondering, do we have a high capacity of people moving into Halifax and Weldon, that we need to increase the capacity? And the teachers are always complaining that they're not getting enough money for classroom supplies, and they keep cutting those type of things in computers. And they can't hire enough quality people that want to stay around because of the pay. And I can understand, my family's been in the teaching business, I can understand a teacher not wanting to teach it. My nephew went to school teaching, and went to work somewhere else, making more money than less than. That's all I was just wondering about, all these two new school projects, and I just wondered what's going on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edmond. Okay, all right, Dr. Cunningham, I'm going to ask the superintendent of Weldon City Schools to go first because he has another commitment around 11 that he needs to be at. So I'm going to ask Dr. Shotwell, will you please come forward?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but I thought that Michael Hawkins was supposed to be on the public comments.
He didn't sign up.
He didn't?
Mm-mm. Only one person signed up to speak.
Okay.
You have to sign up. And I had told Mr. Hawkins when he called me, hold on for a minute, Dr. Shotwell, just stand there. But when he called me, I told him that he needed to be here about 10 or 15 minutes before the meeting started and sign up in order to speak.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought he had already signed up, I was confused there.
Right. No, sir. Okay. Dr. Shotwell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff.
Just tell us who you are. I know who you are, but just tell us who you are.
Yes, I'm Rodney Shotwell. I'm the
Okay.
interim superintendent for Weldon City Schools.
Okay.
And I'm very pleased to be here.
Yes, sir. Good to have you, Dr. Shotwell.
We're going to be extending the stay, so y'all going to see me around. I know right now through Christmas. So we'll see what 2025 has in store.
Okay.
One of the first things I want to say is thank you all for agreeing to submit the $12 million supplemental grant. Because in essence, we're building a $62 million building, and the taxpayers are paying $3.1 million for it. And so that kind of answers a little bit of the questions there, because people ask me that a lot, even when I was in my past job. So how does that work? And it's a way for districts to be able to build schools that they desperately need. And the prices have gone up. If this tells you how old I am, my first year superintendent, the first school that I built was $7.8 million for 78,000 square feet. It's not that anymore, by a long shot. And so we can never catch up to be able to build schools for our children. Just wanted to let you know that we're very early in our stage. After getting the notice of the supplemental money, we now know that we can build the entire school, because that was one of the big pieces that we had going on. We weren't sure if we didn't get it, based on estimates, if we were going to be able to do the project at all. And so I was very pleased to get that call from the state superintendent. We opened up our bid packages 2 weeks ago. And interesting, most of the trades came in under budget. The problem that we had was site prep and electrical. So we bid it 2 different ways. We bid it individual pieces, and we did turnkey. The turnkey was the most cost effective. Unfortunately, our turnkey bid was $10,999,999. And we had estimated $6.2 million for that. Now, as you all have dealt with projects, I'm sure, too, we're going back and making sure that everything that they've included in their bids are accurate, for one, and we're also doing some value engineering. You know, sometimes whenever architects build buildings, they're not the ones writing the check. Then when the contractors come in, we have to work it through. I can assure you that my number one job is to make sure that we're getting a quality building for our students. The other piece that was kind of a surprise was the site prep, because what's happening there is the fill dirt, clean fill dirt that we have to have once the site is cleared. And what we're finding is that people that are going to be able to bring it in, the cost of going and getting that dirt and bringing it to Halifax County is jacking the price up on this. That if it was somebody that we could find, that we had that opportunity to be local. Also, all people that could be part of the bidders, they're getting plenty of work in those metro counties and the ones that are surrounding it. And so that puts us again behind the 8 ball. But we are looking through that. We had a pre-bid meeting last week for the second round of bidding that we have. And so we're looking forward to seeing how that turns out. But really, we feel like the fact that HVAC came in $733,000 less, plumbing $30,000 less, demo was $195,000 less, steel, which has been a problem for a lot of projects here lately, came in $583,000 under budget. And fire protection was $130,000 under budget. And I've emailed all this to Ms. Denton, and she'll pass that along to each of you all. But, so we're working through this, and we're just wanting you to understand that we're going to give the very best attention to the taxpayer dollars that we have. And if there's any questions, I'd love to take them right now.
Okay, any questions of Dr. Shotwell? Ms. Johnson?
Dr. Croswell, you said that your time has been extended, which will probably last until, you said December.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second person in charge when you leave, who will have the responsibility of overseeing that project?
Well, that's one of the things that I've actually talked with the state superintendent about, was the ability that once, because, you know, well, fortunately I am retired, and some of y'all can appreciate that, but working in the same system that I get my retirement funds from, there's a cap. And so, but it restarts in January. So let's say that I'm here through the end of June, we're going to be probably about the middle of the project. I have shared with the department that I'd be more than willing to come in and oversee the financial pieces and parts of the project. We do have a project manager that's also there, but ultimately for all the expenditures and everything, I would like to be there until we get to the very end. And actually, I think that was one of the assurances that they needed to hear as well.
I'm sure I heard this, but who is your architectural firm?
Ratio.
Now, Dr. Shotwell, I think you've already said this, but, you know, I have I'm one of those retired folks, and, you know, my memory slips a little bit, too. And how long are you planning to be in the system? You said December was,
December will be, right now is for sure. Yes.
okay, all right, okay.
You know, the next 6 months are
Right.
still
I
probably in the works there.
understand.
But I'm going to say this. The one thing, you know, people say, you know, why'd you go to Weldon?
Mm-hmm,
I was college.
right,
And I had immediately, the second day, when I went out to the schools for the first time, I'm here. Y'all captured my heart and my soul. And as a matter of fact, at 11 o'clock today, we're doing an opening convocation with our teachers.
okay.
Because they came in today, and we're doing lots of professional development. What I want to tell you is that the board, myself, everyone in Weldon City is committed to doing what's best for these kids. Y'all are going to see a major increase in what happens in Weldon City schools this upcoming year, but it's not going to be just me. It's going to be a concerted effort from the board, myself, the teachers. The expectations are going to be held very high.
All right. Any other questions, Dr. Shotwell? Dr. Shotwell, I certainly hope that last statement is accurate, and I got great expectations out of you, and I'm confident in what you will do, and, you know, in serving the boys and girls in the Weldon School District, and certainly, you know, we look forward to you doing that as superintendent.
I appreciate that, and thank you for letting me go first, because I'm the Methodist preacher, and my good friend back here is more of a Baptist preacher.
Right.
So when I saw his name on there first, I'm like, there's no way in the world I'm going to make it.
Thank you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shotwell. Okay, at this time, we're going to hear from Halifax County School Superintendent, Dr. Eric Cunningham. And as Dr. Cunningham comes, I know he's got something to say, but I do want to point out that he received an award recently. And tell us in about 30 seconds about that award, because the name of it escapes me, but it was very high prestigious, I know that.
I was surprised to receive the Dwayne Stone's Leadership Award from our you know, it's an honor when you're recognized by your colleagues for your work. And to receive that award named after an esteemed gentleman in the East,
Mhm.
is definitely an honor. And I accepted the award on behalf of all the children in Halifax County Schools.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling us that. Congratulations again.
You know, it's always good to be here to tell you what's happening in Halifax County. Because I've always said for the past 8 years, I'm the proud superintendent for Halifax County Schools. And I'm telling you, things are getting better. And I want to say something before I go into Eastman. We have regained our footing of what we lost in COVID. Our student achievement scores are going back up like they were in 2019, y'all. And that deserves a round of applause. In addition, we've taken almost a lot of our ESSER money and we spread it out throughout the division. We probably have $10 million worth of school facility improvements going on in concert at the same time that's happening with the building of Eastman. And I can't wait to be able to invite the Board of Commissioners out on a tour to see all of these facility improvements. I would love to be able to show you how we spend the majority of our ESSER funds to improve facilities. With that being said, I would like to go into my presentation. As you know, in 2016, I arrived here in Halifax County Schools, and I got a chance to get on those school buses. I always talk about those school buses. And what I've learned, sir, was that the bus trip for our children were over 90 minutes. 90 minutes to get to school. That means our children were leaving at 6 in the morning to get there by 7:15. And what I discovered, sir, was that the school in the western part of the district, which was Eastman, was the reason why a lot of our kids had to be rerouted, routed to the Davie and on that side of town. When you have a school, when you have a district that's 732 square miles with water, and you're on a bus with a governor, and you can't go but so fast, right, Glenn? It takes a while to get to and from school. And when you're driving 3 hours, an hour and a half to get to school,
and an hour and a half to get back home. How do you play basketball? How do you play football? How do you get your tutoring after school? How do you do that? So what we had to do was think together and build a solution in place. And what we discovered was that if we put Eastman back, it would drastically cut travel time for our children and give them the opportunity they deserve to strive for 5. All right, so with that being said, I'm proud to bring you the updates from our new pre-K-8 school. But now the school board in its June meeting approved that the pre-K-8 school will be called Eastman Academy. Okay. So here's the update for Eastman Academy. As you can see, we have 3 big partners, Raleigh Rays, Mosley Architect, and Bordeaux. And I'm going to ask Tony Austin to come up here with me real quick, just in case he has some technical issues, because he is the serving project manager, and with this help, we are ahead of schedule. With the way we're rolling with the design build that you approved early, we are now ahead of schedule and moving right along. So what I would like to show you first is that some issues that we're having, not really an issue, just the area that we're going to have to improve, which is the road in front of Highway 48. As you know, there's a blind spot going up that road, and that has to be addressed. But I want to talk to you first about the 5 pillars of construction. As you know, I'm always doing the strive for 5. So what I've done is taken the building of Eastman, and I've condensed it into 5 pillars so our children will understand how their new school is coming. So we've compressed it into 5 pillars of construction. I'm going to share with you a little bit about the road widening, and I'm going to give you an update on the site progress as well as the construction, the schedule, as well as the question and answer. So here's the 5 pillars. As you know, in Halifax, we strive for 5. So we've broken this entire $50 million process into 5 major pillars. The first pillar that we're teaching our children and our community is the demolition. And I'm pleased to show that that process has been completed. Then now we're going into the pillar number 2, which is the underground, and that is in progress, and that is where your footings and stuff are being built. And then we go with phase 3, your vertical. Oh my goodness, that's the exciting piece. When you start to see the walls being erected and the foundation blocks being laid, and as you can see, that will start on August the 5th. And then we have the finishing, which is the 4th pillar, and then the landscaping. So we are at the point now where we have to widen Highway 48, and the design is now with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for approval. The school has contacted, we have been in contact with the landowner about the road agreement. Surveyors have flagged the road to show its impact, correct, Tony?
They were up there Friday.
They were up there Friday, so we're laying down the flags. And then, but what we have discovered is that the main water line will need to be shifted, per the comments that were given to us by NCDOT. And we wanted to have a guardrail there as well, but the guardrail is being taken out of the design. Here's a update for the past 30 days. Site clearing and building demolition, as I said, has been completed. If you drive by, you're going to see some temporary ponds. You're going to see the removal of the ground storage tanks. You'll see them being pulled out. And then the beginning of the building pad, rough grading, and area D footings. In the next 30 days, you're going to see those foundation walls. I'm excited about it. More underground work. You can't do anything without those footing and excavation. Am I right, Tony? Then they have to pour those footings. Then the walls will begin to come up. We'll continue to do what is needed underground, and then we'll continue to add that footing and layout. And as you can see, here's a picture of your temporary bio-retention pond. Your site preparation phase is your demolition. It was a sad day. I was out there that day they hit that building, you know, and it was a sad day. But then your spirits start to improve when you see what is actually happening, and as you can see, the site preparation phase. Then they started the building pad, and now you're seeing the ending of the building pad. What I've learned is that have you ever noticed the beauty of our sand, of our dirt? When you're up there and you see this beautiful dirt up there, it is absolutely gorgeous. And when you talk to construction managers, they talk to you about that eastern North Carolina soil and how rich it is, and how how millions of years ago, the ocean used to be here. And that's why it looks so rich. So we're turning everything into an instruction, but it's just absolutely beautiful to see that path. Now we're starting the vertical phase. That's your footings. As you can see, we're starting the footings of the gym. It's already lined out. And then you can see the finishing footings for the gym and what has to happen underground. What is happening underground. Here's some aerial progress photos. As you can see, we started in April, what it looked like in April 22nd, 24. Look at how it changed in May. Then go up and you'll see June. Now this is July 17th. We have a drone that we're using to fly over the site. And here are your schedule and your milestones. Your foundations and footings will go down on the 20th of September. Underground rough end, 10/29. Concrete slabs, 11/12. Structural steel, here we go. That's the major point. I can't wait for the steel to be delivered and to start to be erected. That will happen on 1/28/25. And structural steel marks the end of the vertical phase. Now there will be a beam signing time in which I would like to invite everyone out to the site and sign the beam. That last beam will be hoisted as a ceremony, and that's a kind of little ceremonial thing I would like to add. So I'd like to get as many signatures on that beam, and then it's going in the building. So you'll hear me talk more about that right around the 28th. And then the structural steel marks the end of the vertical phase. And then all of our trades, rough ends, they'll just be ongoing throughout the day. And I understand that we're probably going to have how many people out there at one time, Tony?
Well over 100 employees
100.
doing construction work at one time.
All at one time. All at one time. So it will be an active site. And then 3 or 4 times during the year, I'm actually going to bring the 5th graders out there. I have a program called the Junior Contracting Program. Remember, all roads lead to student achievement in Halifax County. I'm turning this into an in-district field trip. We're going to bring our babies out there. And they're going to learn some things. They're going to hear from the site superintendent. I'm going to give them all a little level. They're going to learn some things about all of the wonderful jobs that are available out there. And so we're going to build that in. And so our first visit of our kids will be right around October. Now, if you want to stay up to date with the rebuilding of Eastman, is there any way I can hit this link? Okay. If you hit the link that goes to our main webpage, the Halifax County Schools webpage, you'll see a tab at the top called Rebuilding of Eastman. There you will get up-to-date aerial photos. That's where I'm putting them all, but it's right there on the Halifax County Schools webpage. Look at the top, you'll see a Rebuilding Eastman tab, and that is where you'll see all of our press releases and pictures. Tony, have I missed anything?
I don't think so. We started in the summer of 23 with the abatement of asbestos and hazardous materials. At that time, we found out there was not enough money to build this project. The initial grant with the county match was $41 million. So we went back to the drawing board, and with the support of the Halifax County School Board and this board, we were able to get the additional $12 million. And then things started moving quickly. As you see, in April, the building was still up. In the demo, from April to now, there's a lot of progress been made. Progress is kind of an underrated word, but a lot of progress has been made with Halifax County Schools on this project. We're happy to say that everything's still on schedule. Those rain days we had a couple weeks ago, all of that's built into the schedule, unless we have way abnormal. You know, if we have 20 rain days in a month, then that could push you out. But right now, we're on track, even with the rain days, and we're gonna remain under budget, we won't have to come back and ask it anymore. And that's the big key. So, thank you again for your
Thank you.
support.
Thank you very much. This concludes our, okay.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
I just have a question for Mr. Alston. The steel issue, I was surprised at the prior presentation being less than you would have anticipated. Did anybody locally or nearby or in the eastern part of the state bid our steel for this project?
I'm not sure on the steel project, but we had a lot of local contractors bid on like the demo and the excavation and all the, we reached out to all the people that were able to do that.
And Ms. Brewer, we made a commitment to making sure that local businesses were protected during this process, even our food trucks.
Okay.
But the cinder blocks are being delivered today and they'll be laid this afternoon.
Okay.
Out of the ground.
It's no action on this. This is just for our information. Ms. Scott, did you have something? Ms. Scott? Oh, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry.
My question pertains to the widening of 48. Has you anticipated that, and does that have any impact on delay or any impact on budget? How does that play into the building?
Very good question. The NCD, we have built that issue into the design build process. We're now at the part of it where we need to start talking to the landowner about it. We had to talk to NCDOT first because they're helping us pay for all this. And they're the ones that's giving us strict guidelines that must be followed.
Right.
We have, no variance with NCDOT. They're the ones that remove the guardrail. They're the ones that's laying down the flag. They're the ones that's telling us about it. So what is going to happen is that when you come up in 48, there's a hill. That hill has to be moved. And we can't move it, so we have to go around it and go around the school, to take out that limestone. And so they looked, across the street to see if that could be done. It's just too complicated with the moving of your lines and everything. It's just too complicated. But that's not a decision we make. That's a decision they make. But yes, it is built.
So who is negotiating with the landowner? Is it the school system or is it DOT?
It's all three of us.
All three of us.
Yes, ma'am. It's all three of us. I made personal contact with the landowner myself to make him aware of what is happening and what the next steps are. Larry Armstrong, our board attorney, he will be making the formal agreements.
I was concerned when I heard that. I didn't know if that would create a delay in getting the project completed.
I hope not. I truly hope not. That it will not, because it's how much it.
It's, if you're familiar with the area where the driveway to that property is, there's a fire hydrant there. That right of way starts right there on 48, more or less, we call it zero. And it goes back at an angle, and by the time it gets to the end of the property, that joins Eastman School property, is approximately 35 feet. So it's taking a corner out of that culvert that's going to be extended out, where that creek runs through, so that DOT can do maintenance on it and things like that. And we got to do this, so that turning lane is going to be put in there.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anything else? Ms. Scott? This is Kathy Scott. She's our Economic Development Director, for those of you who don't know. Yeah. No, I was doing it for the audience.
Oh, okay. Our local contractors have an opportunity to bid, like steel, and that's really important, because we have a steel company, Weldon Steel, that fabricates steel for a lot of major projects. And also the contractors that are doing the work, we have hotels and restaurants locally, we want to make sure they stay here, and a lot of times we have to make an extra effort to get them information. And we have our tourism director here, who has a relationship with hotels, make sure that we make those connections and anything we can do to help. Because those dollars turn over in our community quite a bit. And if you look at all the schools under construction, that's about $100 million worth of construction that'll be ongoing that could have a big tremendous impact on us. So, and then we do help.
Dr. Cunningham, and also we need to share this, Ms. Scott, with the wellness school system too, Dr. Shotwell. That's an excellent point, and you're right, you got you and Laura both here, and that's an excellent point. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Ms. Scott, because, over at Weldon Steel, we got our own steel guy here locally. I don't know, I know we're not involved in the bidding process, but the thing about it, he should be, considered, for some of that work. Chris Neal and his company. But also, like I said, information need to be shared with Shotwell too, and with the Wellens School System. So, Laura, between you and Kathy, you all make sure that Dr. Shotwell has that information that you just presented, Kathy, because I think that was awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir, because we want to support our local folks as much as we can. Okay, anything else? All right, if not, y'all, this clock over here is not right. I know it's not. It's about 2 or 3 minutes slow. So what we're going to do is, at about 10 after, whatever that clock says, 11, I think, let's be back then. Whatever, 10 after that, let's be back. Item C on the agenda, I believe that's where we are, is Hymick, Frederick, and Rose, late exemption application. Mr. Lance, I think you have a couple of them. Yeah, tell Jeff you're going to be a little sorry.
Thank you, guys. I do this every day.
All right, back again. I didn't group these, I could have. I think each situation is, unique. But I have two late elderly exemptions to come before you today. The first one is Mr. Frederick and Mrs. Rose Hammock for parcel 0900844. Making a late application for the elderly tax exemption. If I had received the exemption application prior to the deadline, which for this year was June 3rd, it would have been approved.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have the authority to approve it after the deadline, so they did a request to this board, and their letter was included in your agenda packet. So let me know whether to approve or deny the late application.
Okay.
Move to approve as presented, Mr. Lynch, and I see what you notified them, that it was this year only, that it's an
Correct.
ongoing situation
Correct.
that they would need.
And so if you do make a motion to approve, and if you can include in that as a result of the approval, I can go ahead and adjust the tax bill.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Okay, same situation with Ms. Exbella Williams, parcel number 1202648. Her application came in after the deadline, came in on July 25th. The deadline was June 3rd. If it had come in prior to the deadline, I would have approved it. She meets all the requirements. So this board is her only recourse to get her late application.
Thank you.
approved for this tax year.
Okay, here the information coming from our tax assessor. What is your pleasure?
Move for approval.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
I would second it.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And that includes doing the release on the bills?
Yes.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's a part of it. Okay. All right. I think I figured out what's the problem on the right. I think it's Commissioner Webb. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why y'all don't have much excitement over there today. Item E, Sheriff's Office Annual Report. We'll hear from our illustrious Sheriff, Tyree Davis.
So y'all don't mind if I walk around and, like this.
Just as long as you talk loud, you good.
And I was already, I wasn't threatening, but I was kind of warned to keep this as short as I possibly can.
I'm not threatening them with highlights.
So that's what I'm gonna do. This year, instead of talking about the whole agency, I'm gonna focus on one area, our drug and gang task force. So when I started as sheriff, I actually met with our gang unit and our drug guys and said, I explained to them what I wanted from them to be successful, for me to think that they were successful in doing their job. I asked them what did they want from me in order to help them be successful in their jobs. And we came to an agreement on terms and everything else. And one thing they wanted to do was start a good drug and gang task force. But I explained to them that at the time, you can't even get along with each other. So how are you going to get along with other agencies, bringing them in on the task force? So we revamped the drug unit, and Shane Diane, our lieutenant, and then become the chief Shane Diane, we're going around the police department. We reached back out to each other and said, hey, what about this drug and gang task force? So we met, got all the paperwork squared away and everything else, and we met with the DA's office to see how it worked and everything else, and we formed the Halifax County Drug and Gang Task Force. So it's made up of 4 of our drug guys and 2 of their drug guys to form this task force. It started after July of last year, but the numbers that I'm gonna give you is what total they had. So our guys started it and then they came on. But I asked them at our meeting to give me the top 10 most dangerous people in Halifax County. And that's when it comes to drugs, gangs, or anything. Give me the top 10 most dangerous people. So they give me a list of the, well, I didn't tell them give me the list. I said I need you to identify the top 10 most dangerous people because they don't tell me who they're working and everything. So they come up with the list. I said, all right, now, what I want you to do, and now this is a bad term in law enforcement, but this is what I told them, and this is what we do. I said, I need you to target those 10, get them out of our community so we can have safer neighborhoods. We are not going to let these folks terrorize our county. So at that point, when I reported last year, we had taken 5 people in federal custody. That was up to July that July, and as of for July, let me get my years right. 2023, July 1, 2023 to June 30th of 2024. Not including those 5 people, we have taken 15 more people in federal custody. Some of those people have pleaded guilty already. Some of those people have not. Some of those people, because I know the media is going to call me, because last year when I said 5, the media called me and wanted the names. We have those names sealed because we don't want people to know who they are for many different reasons at this point. We have another 15 cases that the U.S. Attorney, I have spoken with him already, Mike Easley Jr., that they're going to take. And then we have about another 10 that we're working on for them to take. So out of the 10 that I asked them for, we currently have 20 people already done, and another 15 people that the U.S. Attorney's Office said they will take. And then we're working on more cases. But this is not only coming from our drug and gang task force, this is also coming from our patrol guys. People ask me, well, why do y'all stop people for tinted windows? Why do y'all stop people for license plate lights or headlights out? Because that gives us a way to legally make contact with you and figure out what's going on. And we've, from just regular traffic stops, we were able to build federal cases with people, fellas and stuff with guns that were not supposed to have guns and everything else, and that helped us build cases. We have one guy that was wanted out of either Vance, Granville, or Warren County for rape charges. He went to court, pled guilty, and ran out of court. And he was looking at a 15-year sentence, and he was on the run for a couple of years, and we stopped him for tinted windows, got in a car chase with him. We caught him just outside of Weldon, hiding in the woods, and he was wanted, and it was just, and he asked the deputy, he said, why did you stop me? He said, because your windows were tinted. He said, I've been running this long, and y'all got me for tinted windows. You know, so it's just stuff like that. So we do those kind of stops. I know other sheriff's officers don't, but we do. So our drug guys and this task force and our federal cases, I was sitting in my office about a month and a half ago, and my cell phone rang, and it was Mike Easley Jr., the U.S. Attorney. And he started to talk to me, and I've never met him face to face up until then, and he tells me how good our team is working with them in his office, how well our cases are put together, how much he enjoys working with us, and how we make their job easier based on the cases that we put together. He just wanted to reach out, because all the time people say, tell the, you know, the agent that they're doing a good job, but they never call the supervisor or anything else on that level. And he thanked me for it. Well, I ran into him again last week at Sheriff's Conference, and I went up and introduced myself, and he thanked me again for the wonderful cases we were putting together, and that he continued to want to work with us and go from there. So our guys in the task force, they're doing an outstanding job, and every day, you know, they're doing more and more and more, because the fentanyl crisis is real. One thing that we learned at our training last week is that, I don't know if y'all know who El Chapo Guzman is. He was the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. He was arrested several times, and he escaped several times, and then when they brought him over to the U.S., he's been in federal custody the entire time. Well, he was the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Since he's been arrested, Sinaloa cartel, they had outreach all over the United States, and even in North Carolina. We saw them at several places in North Carolina. And he had basically the monopoly on cocaine and fentanyl coming into the United States. After he was arrested, slowly, the Jalisco New Generation cartel has started to take over, because whenever one strong person is down, a new person come up, and now that's the new cartel that's taking over the United States. They're starting to take over the United States. They're going to take over more. They're more violent than the Sinaloa cartel. They believe in chopping heads and body members parts off and sending them to you or putting them up for public display and everything else. So when we ask y'all guys for tools and resources to do something, or when we take an informant and hide them in another area and paying for hotel stays and having to get them 24-hour security. This drug trade just for fentanyl itself is a $300 to $400 billion a year industry. They have resources that we will never have, and we're outnumbered, and we have to follow rules and regulations, and they don't. They don't mind killing us and moving on, or anybody else, because the next person will step up. If they don't do it, the next person will. So we're trying to do our best to protect our guys. So this new generation, they're taking over the United States. So China's making the precursors for fentanyl. They're sending it to Mexico. Mexico is sending it into the United States. It's coming in through our southern borders. But one thing we learned at that conference is we have just as much cocaine and fentanyl coming in through our northern borders now as we do on our southern borders. So now we have to make sure that all of it is protected. I'm not getting into the politics behind it. I'm just telling you, folks are dying, and we're doing our best to prevent it. And I was talking to one person there that said, hey, y'all getting a lot of stuff of fentanyl off the streets, but it seems like as soon as y'all arrest one person, somebody else steps up. And they do, because there are different cartels now taking over. So they have their own people doing it. And but our guys, we sent them to some training in Tennessee. They got a bunch of knowledge, a bunch of networking and everything else, and they're doing great. And if y'all and me and everybody else will continue to support them, we're not going to stop this at all. I mean, a $400 billion company is what it is. You're not going to stop it. But we're going to do our best to at least push it out of Halifax County and make it somebody else's problem. Because it's our job to stay in Halifax County. So with that, I'm going to give you some of the numbers that we've done in the last year, and then I will have a seat. So, all right, so we have for marijuana, people say, hey, why do y'all do marijuana? Well, because it's still illegal. Me, myself, I think we should legalize marijuana, but I don't have a choice in the matter. It's still illegal, and that leads us to other stuff. So we seized from July 1st of last year to July 1st of this year, and I'm talking about grams, 15,542 grams of marijuana. And when you talk about grams and kilos, that's just over 15.5 kilos of marijuana that we end up seizing. We seized just under 50 grams of cocaine, so just under 50 kilos of cocaine. When it comes to cocaine here in North Carolina, you can get it, if you're just a low level, and I say low level, cocaine or kilo dealer, you can get a kilo of cocaine is about $32,000 to $33,000. The more you buy, of course, the cheaper they'll get it to you. That's here in North Carolina. If you drive to Florida and get it, it's much cheaper. If you drive to Texas and get it, it's much cheaper. But that same kilo, if it makes it to New York, is $60,000. So, and be thinking, we see 50. So we see 50 kilos here in Halifax County. We see just over 1.5 kilos of fentanyl, just over 1 kilo of meth, and then we seized just about $150,000 in U.S. currency. And out of that $150,000, of course, the state and the federal government have to get theirs. We have to pay taxes on it per se, just like everybody else, and then they'll give us back probably around 75 to 80% of that, depending on which agency we work with to get that stuff in. So the dollar value of marijuana that was seized was $155,420. The cocaine was just under $5 million worth of cocaine. The fentanyl was $253,440. And the meth was just over $111,000, with a total of $11,720. So our guys are rocking and rolling. With this, and I'm going to take a few more minutes, they want to be on the task force. Now, I don't know if everybody's heard of the FBI and the DEA and stuff, but a lot of times they don't have the manpower to work this, the ATF. So they reach out to local agencies and they ask them, hey, can you put a task force member with us? They will be hired by the sheriff's office, they're paid by the sheriff's office, but their overtime and stuff is paid by whatever task force they're on. And you have to be invited on these, because the federal agency, you have to go through a stream of background check, and they just don't trust every agency to be on the task force, because you are representing them. We have one guy on the Homeland Security Task Force when I started, and that was basically whenever we seize large sums of money, we can do it through Homeland Security, and then we will get back a large percentage of that. Since then, we have 3 guys on the DEA task force. I'm meeting with the FBI next week, and I'm meeting with the ATF next week, because they have reached out to me asking me, can we put somebody on the task force? And we have, out of the 3 guys on the DEA task force, 2 of those guys will be staying here in Halifax County. The 3rd guy will be working with the DEA, going out throughout the eastern part of North Carolina, working cases with the DEA. Now with that, we actually lose a person. Now we have them because they can help us. And with the fentanyl and stuff that we were seizing, we had a problem getting the feds to come and test the drugs because if the feds are going to take it, they want to take custody of it. But we had a problem with a federal agent coming to Halifax County actually taking control of the drugs so they could test it to take these people federal. Well, at that point, that's when we talked with the feds and they said, okay, we'll be your DEA agent, our task force guy, and then that guy, he can cut out the middleman. He'll be stationed with y'all, and then he can take custody of the drugs and take them to the lab to be tested so we can do federal cases. Now, that person will be, like I said, on the eastern part of North Carolina. So we will lose him here as far as everyday work. But the great thing about it is he will be part of looking for the fentanyl and the drugs or whatever in Raleigh and Wake County and, you know, all of that in Greenville and Fayetteville. So whatever money they seize, we too get a part of that because we have a guy on the task force. So as long as he's a part of it, we get a part of that money. So if he's a part of a sting and they seize $1 million, Halifax County gets a part of that $1 million. And whatever assets they seize and sell, and plus he's able to take our cases directly and go from there. He's also going to be on this part because Bertie, Hereford, all of those northern counties to the east, they don't have people on the task force. So our guy can use that to go and help them as well. So that's another way we can help other jurisdictions because their problem is our problem and our problem is their problem. And that way we can clean our streets and get stuff just pulled from killing our folks. So I'll focus on the drug task force. If y'all have any questions, next time I'll probably do civil or jail or something of that nature, but I just want to do our drugs at this time. And I'm here to answer some questions.
Okay, you've heard the annual report coming from our sheriff. Do you have any questions of him or comments?
I have just one question. You received accurately for the evidence, the information that has been put together for federal cases. Who is responsible for that? Not by name, but what position does the person have?
It starts with boots on the ground guys. Because if I stop you, if I have a deputy and he stops you illegally, everything that happens after that, the fruits of the poison tree, it gets thrown out. So it starts with the training and everything. So if I stop you and I do what I'm supposed to do and do it legally and document well, because it all comes down to documentation and body cam video and everything else and do that well, then we look at it and we observe the case and we have one person in our office who observes it and then says, okay, let me contact, we have direct contact with people in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Matter of fact, we remember the violent, VCAP, Violent Crime Apprehension Program is actually coming from the Rocky Mount area. So they, we have one person that goes to all those meetings, to meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office, meet with the feds and everything else. And they put those packets together and they submit it to them and then that's when they tell us whether they're going to do it or not. So everybody's hand's not in the pot. Because we don't need folks to know who's being investigated. Because the less people involved, one, the better the case is going to be because you're not going through a bunch of hands, but also the less people know. Because if I'm investigating Joe Blow, and let's say Joe Blow is the president of the homeowners association, and then you tell his neighbor, well, what's his name going to be? They're going to call Joe Blow and tell him. So we have a very tight group of people that only need to know who's working cases, and even a lot of times, the deputies don't even know that their cases are going, but the drug guys know because they submit it to them.
So that goes to Mike Easley Jr.'s office?
Yes, ma'am. And he has assistant U.S. attorneys assigned to Halifax County for our cases. And we work well with the DA's office, so what we'll do is, when we charge people, when you see it on our Facebook page, when we charge somebody, we reach out to the DA's office and say, hey, we just charged Joe Blow with this crime. We're reaching out to the U.S. attorney's office to see if we can take it federally. Please don't do anything with it right now. And then the DA's office will work with us and everything, that's what it goes to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Drug fund money that y'all give us every year, we use that money to pay people to go and buy drugs, to go and buy guns and everything else so we can get them off the streets and use it to build cases. So I thank you for the drug fund money that y'all give us and what y'all allow us to spend.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments of the sheriff? Ms. Davis?
Has the body scanner been helpful?
We haven't gotten that in yet, that's
okay.
still in the process of coming, but it will be helpful when it comes in, but that's after arrest and everything else, going into the jail. And, but, so, with a federal case, I'm not sure would be helpful, keeping drugs and stuff from in our jail, it will be helpful.
When are you expecting it?
I have no idea. I think it's what, January of next year?
Congressman Davis's office has told us it'll be probably early 2025 until the funding is released.
One other question.
Yes, ma'am.
My information.
Commissioner
There's
Johnson.
a website coming out of Rocky Mount called Fighting Crime.
Who's won that? Read it every day. I love it. Just be glad you're not on it.
Don't worry, y'all be leaving at the same time.
We are.
My question, I think, is that information coming from your office? Where is that information coming from when it says Halifax County?
So, actually, and that's a good question, because the media had called me and accused me of our office giving out the information.
Okay.
We actually reached out to the fight crime person that controls their site, I actually did, and wanted to know if the information was coming from our office. And let me tell you, for the next 30 days, they sent me information, day and night, proving that the information came from other people and everything else. But what our fighting crime site does is they pay people for information. So they say, for instance, you know something, and you send it to them. They're faster than anybody else, because they will cash out you money right then for your information. And I'll be in the example. We had 3 people that was wanted for murder from Rocky Mount. Well, Rocky Mount had them that were wanted for murder, but they were from Halifax County. I got a call one night. I said, they still call me chief, because I used to be chief in Enfield. I got this person was in it, because chief, I know who this person is. I know you're not going to hurt them if you go to arrest them. I know they're not going to hurt you if you go to arrest them, because of respect between, y'all two. I'm going to tell you where they are. Can you please go and arrest them? And that way we know they're going to be taken into custody safely. So I said, okay, I'll go home. We start at 10 o'clock at night. I get dressed to come back out to work. I go meet with people, tell them, and they're sure that they were at this house and everything else. So I go to this house and then start thinking, this ain't the smartest thing to do, to go and arrest a murderer by yourself when you got 106 staff members sticking there. So I ended up calling the deputy who was from the area, and I said, hey, I'm gonna go to this area. If I call for help, I at least want you to know where I am so you can come on, but maybe we don't need as much presence, but I do know the person, they respect me and I respect them, and may not have a problem. Well, the deputy told me that they were actually getting together, going to the house too, because someone from inside the house had contacted the Fighting Crime website and were giving them information that that person was in the house. So we're getting 2 separate pieces of information from 2 separate people, but it's the same information. And exactly, so at that point I teamed up with them and we all went into the house and we got the person without incident and everything else. And then Fighting Crime paid people for their information. And that's just what they do. They're faster than Crime Stoppers. They get more information because they send us information day and night, 24/7. And it's paid, and citizens want the money. Citizens want the money, and they don't have to wait for it. As soon as we send back a message to Fighting Crime, yes, we arrested this person, they send us citizen that money. Oh, yeah, they get paid. They get paid. I've been told they get paid to send pictures. They get paid to send videos. They wanted I went to the sheriff's conference, other sheriffs at the conference told me they wish they had a Fighting Crime in their area. They would give them information and stuff like that. So it's a very, very helpful tool that we can use, and it's up to them.
All right.
Good job with it. They're good.
And she'll get paid.
I'm saying, they are good.
But we did investigate to see if the information was coming out of our office.
Right. Okay, anything else? If not, we will need a motion to accept Sheriff Davis's office annual report. All right, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Sheriff, on behalf of the board, we appreciate you, all that you do and all that your men and women do for this county. Thank you. All right, next item, supplemental needs-based funding for Well Middle and High School. Attorney Glenn Rollins, you're gonna be busy for the next, I don't know how long.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Board. I'm glad to be with you after a week out. And I loaded all this up before I went on vacation, knowing what I was coming back to, so here we go. You've already heard Dr. Shotwell refer to the additional funding that we now have in place for the Weldon City School project, for the middle school, high school project. And this concerns that new funding. What I've got before you here are a couple of things. First is the grant agreement between Halifax County, Weldon City Schools, and the Department of Public Instruction for the additional funding, now totaling with the earlier funding, $62 million, with a local match from Halifax County of $3,110,399. This particular grant agreement will take place of the earlier grant agreement we had with the first round of funding, so this will be the new grant agreement. I need you to authorize the chairman to sign it. I've already presented it to the school board attorney for Weldon City Schools. Hopefully they're considering it at their next meeting as well. And once we have it signed by both board chairs, we'll send that back to DPI for signature by the state superintendent. So with that, if I could get a motion to authorize the chairman to sign that grant agreement, would be helpful.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Johnson, second by Vice Chair Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
All right.
Okay, back with you.
Yes, the same topic. I'm not moved on yet, still that same topic, just
Okay.
doing things one at a time.
All right.
Next is an amendment to the administrative agreement we have with Weldon City Schools concerning this project. Our administrative agreement essentially requires us to fund the project with the needs-based funds and our local match, and requires the school board to build the project with those funds. And if they need more funds, they got to go somewhere else to get it. That's essentially what it says. This amendment incorporates the additional funding we now have in place. And that's really the only purpose of it, is to now show that our commitment to the project is the total $62 million in needs-based funding and the additional $3,110,399 from local match funds from the county. This also needs your approval to be signed by the board chair and attested by our clerk and finance director, and we will submit that. Actually, that's also before the Weldon City Board at their next meeting, and it's just between the Board of Education and the county. I'd like your approval of that, and then I have one more thing to discuss with you about this project that is not in the agenda, but it came up while I was away.
Okay, need a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, Attorney Rowe, we're still on the same
I'm
subject.
still
something
talking
different.
about the same project, and Madam Clerk, I apologize for that, but this was beyond my control. While I was away, I got a cell phone call from Rod Malone, who is one of the attorneys for Weldon City Schools. Rod is typically involved in their construction projects, and we're familiar with and have worked with him for years, both with Weldon and Runner Rapids Graded Schools. The reason he called was he wanted to propose that, or wanted to ask about the possibility of having this project structured so that the county could request and receive state sales tax refunds on the project. Now, that sounds like something we ought to be able to do anyway, and the reason you might think that is because when we built the Manning Elementary School, we actually owned that property, and we own that property now. The county owns that school building and that land because we had to own it in order to finance it with the bonds that we issued to construct that particular project. We don't own this property. with Weldon High School and Weldon Middle School. It's owned by the Grady School, it's owned by Weldon City Schools. The land is also owned by them, and because of that, we cannot, even though we're paying for it with grant funds and with local county funds, we cannot request the refund of sales tax because it's the school's property. Schools are not eligible for sales tax refunds. Now, that sounds like the strangest thing you've ever heard, but there are a dozen local government entities that are entitled to state sales tax refunds. Schools are not. In order to be able to get the refund of state sales taxes, it would require the school board to lease the property, including the improvements that we're building, to the county for about a 10-year period, or up to 10 years. It would require that we name the county as the owner of the property on the construction contracts. And then as we pay out those, I'm looking at Mary in case she gives me a shake of her head instead of a nod. And then as we pay out those various bills on the construction, we can apply for a refund of sales taxes. I don't know how much that would come to. Given a $65 million project, it would be substantial. However, the question is, for us, in addition to that, do you want to go through this process and that paperwork to set that up, but also what's going to happen with the refunded sales tax? In other projects that Tharrington Smith has done with other boards of education around the state, they have typically had a provision in the interlocal agreement between the two boards that the money would go back to the school system for other capital projects or the existing project, and in any event, capital outlay of some sort. I don't know that that has to be the case. I don't think it does have to be the case. I think if you wanted to consider doing this so we could make application for sales tax refund, we might require that the money come back to the county. I've not had that conversation with Mr. Malone. I'll have that conversation with him if you want to go further. I just wanted to set up the legal stuff first. Any question about why we can't get sales tax refunds now? We don't own that property. It's not our project except to fund it. Or any question about what might happen to the sales tax. I'm sure the county manager wants to weigh in, because she and I was sitting on the beach talking to her about this, actually texting her about this. We didn't talk at all. We did a lot of texting.
I didn't bother you.
So now you tell the real truth where you were last week.
I was not in Halifax. But let me just put that there and let it rest. And Dia, if you want to chime in, or if anyone has a question, I felt obligated to bring this to you because I got the call. And they are on the cusp. They may have already signed contracts. From what I heard Dr. Shotwell say, at least they've gone to bid, so maybe they haven't. But they're very close to signing contracts, and if this is going to happen, we need to move quickly to get the paperwork.
What other advantages do we have other than the sales tax refund? And do you know how much that refund is going to be? And is it to our advantage to own the property as well?
The only advantage to us, and we wouldn't actually own the property, the State Department of Revenue has actually said it's not necessary that we own the property. It would be sufficient, we just have a leasehold interest in the property. In other words, the school board lease it back to us. 10-year lease, right. There's really no advantage to any of this except to be able to get back a substantial amount of money that represents state sales tax. We're the only entity that can apply for that refund, but we have to have an ownership interest, such as a leasehold interest, in the property, and it has to kind of be our project, okay? The interlocal agreements are very complicated. It's our project, but we make the school board our agent to do all the contracting and building and supervising, that sort of thing. It's just that you legally have to set up the structure and the framework so that we're able to make the application for refund where the school board can't.
You got anything you want to say?
Unless there's questions.
Any questions, comments? Okay.
This is your opportunity, if you were to enter into this lease and then to apply for the sales tax refund. This really would accomplish two things. One, Weldon City Schools would have some skin in the game because they would give up some of this refund. And it would allow the county to recoup some of the over $3 million in local taxpayer funds that you're putting into this project. So you could get that. And I don't know if Mary has an estimate. I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know if there's any way to know what it would be, but it would probably be substantial.
It will be huge because it's going to be on all the materials, nothing labor oriented, but it's going to be.
Some materials will be substantial.
Pipe and furniture and fixtures.
So this will be the county's opportunity to recoup some of those local taxpayer dollars that you have put in with your 5% match. From a financial point of view, I would recommend it.
And to piggyback on that, if we don't follow what the county manager said with that, we're not going to get anything back, in my opinion.
Well, I'm definitely interested in recouping the sales tax, I get it. But I believe he said that in the past, some of that money has not come back to the county. So I guess we could draw it up very specific, Glenn? That definitely is county money.
Anything can be put in writing. Mary, help me here, because I'm not exactly familiar with what happened with Manning and that project, but I know we were getting sales tax refunds, and I think my early discussions with you have been that a lot of that money went back into that Manning project. I don't know if it all did or not.
It did, it went back into the project, but then when it was completed and all the closeout document, all residual funds reverted back to the general.
Okay. Okay, so that was, in other words, during the project, refunds would be going into the project budget, but at the end, money left over came back to the county.
I'm guessing it's going to be a substantial amount of money on materials. When you start looking at the cost of any material going into a new structure such as that it might be a nice way, as you say, to have more skin in the game than would appear to be right now.
There really is none on behalf of the school system at this point, whereas with the Manning School project, completely different project, the financing piece and how it's funded and everything. This being funded with a needs-based grant and the local match, still substantial, but the school system itself has not had to put in any kind of significant amount of funding.
I will say one more thing that I don't know the answer to, but I will mention because it's something new. We've got two, but this is our first time using a needs-based grant to build a school, this one and the one with Eastman in Halifax as well. So if you get to the end of this project and there's money left over, I don't know what effect the fact that part of it is funding by a needs-based grant means some of that money has to go back to DPI versus going back to the county. And I'm not saying that's the reason to do it or not do it, but just be aware that it wouldn't necessarily be like the Manning project, which was all county money, borrowed or cash. We do have a grant out here that if because of refund of sales taxes, we had an overage in the budget when it closed out, that may be a factor as well. I'm not saying it's something to do or not do. It's just that we haven't done this before either, and that's a factor.
And if you remember with Manning, in the budget, he found $1 million. You remember that?
I know she does.
It was in the public school building capital fund line that had been sitting there for years.
We had a capital fund line forever.
Years, yes.
I bet you, Ms. Jones, you know who found it too. I'm going to go ahead and give you an attaboy. You know who it is. Huh? Yeah, it was Commissioner Smith, Marcel.
It sounds like a good idea to me, and I would support it, but I am a little concerned that some of that money goes back to DPI. You know, if we could work the contract where we're pretty sure that the county could get.
I think that's a question we would have to ask at some point. We just,
Commissioner Davis, what I'd have to do is find out.
Yeah,
That's not something you can negotiate with DPI. If it's part of the grant program, then it just is. It's just something for us to be aware of when we're trying to save money on this project. That's, sales tax is a substantial part of the project budget. And if we can recoup that, all good, but just keep in mind, we may have this issue with the fact that we've got grant money on top of this as well, not our own borrowed debt money.
And oftentimes I have seen sitting on this board that if grant money does not get used, it reverts back. Don't know if this is the same playing field or not, but we've seen it happen here. So,
It would be wonderful if whatever they had remaining, if they would just divide it up and give it to teachers.
That would be nice.
Sorry, that won't happen. There are two big pots, and those pots don't mix, you know. Okay.
So, Attorney Rollins, I guess I know what you want. Tell me, just in a quick nutshell, what you're asking for.
Well, I'm going to have to call Rod, okay, because
all right.
he's going to want an answer, and if I have direction from you to go ahead and to try to negotiate an interlocal agreement between our board and his board, and to work out the details, particularly about what will be done with the refunded sales tax. For all I know, I may say, well, here's what we want. He may say, well, no, that's not going to work, and then it's end of conversation. But if you want me to have that discussion and say, let's talk more, that's all I really need to know right now. I don't have anything for you to review. I have some documents I used in Orange County as a template to look at and discuss from, but I don't have hard documents for you today.
I saw everyone shaking their head except for Commissioner Smith.
We're good.
All right?
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll call Mr. Malone this afternoon, and we'll get right on that and start that conversation. Okay?
All right.
That's all on that topic.
Oh, you got to go to item G now.
Yes, sir.
Agreement to provide building inspection services for the town of Halifax.
Okay, I think this will be pretty easy. So we've been having some discussions internally, and the town of Halifax has asked that we help them with building inspection services. What I've got before you is a proposed agreement between the town and the county for our building inspection department to provide inspection services for the town of Halifax. I won't go into the gritty details for you, but I'll give you the highlights. Basically this, that for their routine building and permitting functions that we do all the time, they would send their customers to our folks who will perform the building inspections and issue the building permits, for which we would charge our standing fees and be paid that, and wouldn't be having town of Halifax wouldn't have to pay us anything. We're just charging our fees for doing that work. That's the easy part. And the rest is easy too, but let me just explain. There are other things that a building inspector may get involved in. One has to do with minimum housing code enforcement. The other has to do with building condemnation and that sort of thing, where you've got buildings that are in really, really bad shape. With respect to those areas, we are not agreeing to perform those services, at least not free of charge. What we have said is that our building inspector will be available to do the inspection you might need, but you, the town, will have to do your own process and procedures that are required under their own minimum housing code or under their code concerning dilapidated or buildings that need to be condemned. We would charge, I think it says here, $65 per hour for the work done by the building inspector in those circumstances, and they would simply, they'd have his services, but they have to be responsible for dealing with all the process, procedures, hearings, and so forth. This agreement, if they haven't reviewed it yet, I'm about to send it to them. It would go, it's from year to year with automatic renewal each year, unless one party gives the other at least 6 months' notice before it terminates. So if anyone decides they want to terminate this arrangement, they have to do it at least 6 months before June 30th of each year. So we all know they're not, we're not going to do it for them anymore, or they don't want it from us anymore. I try to keep it straightforward, and just need your approval to go ahead and pursue that with the town. It's not an interlocal agreement. If you give us authority to do it, then the authority would be for I think I've set it up so the chair would be able to sign it whenever we got the terms negotiated finally. So I probably won't come back to you with it after this. Unless you've got a question, I just need your approval of the proposed contract.
I do have a question.
Commissioner Davis?
I do have a question.
Sure, go
It's
ahead.
not neither against or for, but just for my benefit. Do we do this for other towns in Halifax County, or what has been the process? We're looking at, I was just like, okay, maybe that was before my time.
We do, and we do them under agreements that I don't like. Okay? To put it bluntly, they're just not, they're not nearly detailed enough and clear enough about just what our role is with other towns when they need building inspections, okay? I anticipate we're going to do it with other towns,
Okay.
yes, because they can't, you just can't afford to have that in place. And if we're in a position to do it, then this is probably the kind of arrangement we're going to recommend. Town of Halifax just has to be
happens to be the first.
Okay.
A lot of your small towns just don't have the staff and can't attract
That's
and
what I said.
retain the staff to do the services.
Okay, I'm not opposed to this. I think it's a good idea, but I do have to ask this question. I know that we have a lot of challenges when it comes to inspections and this type thing. And I know that department, is behind now probably. And I don't think it's gonna be a whole lot of work from Halifax. But anyway, in light of that, do you have any comment about that? Because I know we're behind on some inspections. I get calls,
For building inspections, we're really not very behind. It's more on the environmental health side.
Okay.
Environmental health this time of year,
Mhm.
we almost always get behind with projects during the summer and pools and that kind of thing.
Right.
I doubt this will be much of an impact to the inspections department. It will be an impact,
Mhm.
but I don't think it would be significant enough
Okay.
to cause
All
any
right.
major staffing issues.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, we're going to need a motion for the approval of the agreement, so it may be presented to the town of Halifax for approval.
I move.
Motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Okay. Turn around, you still up?
Yes, sir.
All right. Establishment of the Halifax County Community Grants Program. We all been waiting for this one.
Yes, I know. I had a busy week before I left town. So before you is a resolution to establish the Halifax County Community Grants Program. It is wordy. It's intentionally wordy because I wanted to be sure that we set up the legal basis and the structure for this, which I think is going to be a very, very good thing for the county and the county citizens. And most of the whereas clauses that you see in the beginning are talking about our authority to spend public funds and to provide public funds to outside entities to do things that we as a county government could do if we wanted to do them ourselves, but choose to do it through contracts with third parties. And then it also includes a number of specific things that we have statutory authority to do. So there's two components here. One, the funding side of it, and number two, what do we actually have authority to do? And really, I was able to identify 5 things, and this was working with staff, particularly with Christina. She and I talked a lot about this, and trying to cover areas that were appropriate for outside grant funding, given our past experience and what we might look at in the future. And if you look at the resolution, and if you'll go to page 2, after the where you start getting numbered paragraphs, the first paragraph there is into 5 parts, A through E, and it talks about the kinds of things that we can provide, that we could do, and we could also provide public funding for if we chose to do it through outside agencies. And essentially, they are to support museums and art programs. That's very broadly stated. To support programs for construction or rehab of residential housing for persons to low to moderate income. To support the construction and maintenance of public recreation facilities. And I parenthetically said, but not programs of supervised recreation, which are separately supported by the Halifax County Recreation Partners Program. Sub D, to support social services programs over and above those mandated under Chapter 108A and Chapter 111, which are your required social services programs that are done through DSS. And Sub E, number 5, to support programs for the assistance and care of senior citizens. Those are the 5 areas that we identified as those that will probably be the kinds of things we'll get applications for, and consistent with the kinds of things we funded in the past without having this formal program in place. And then what follows that are things that I propose that we want each of the grants to require, and that would be we want to limit the applications to nonprofit corporations. That's so we know we have entities that are seriously in the business of doing public good. And not just an individual who decides they want to open an art gallery somewhere, okay? And then require a detailed scope of work so we'll know exactly what we're funding and we can measure how effective that funding has been. A detailed budget for the same reason. Compliance with E-Verify, because anyone we contract with to do services has to comply with E-Verify. Other requirements about maintaining books and accounting, that any funds improperly spent have to be returned, or any funds not spent at the end of a grant term be returned, the usual indemnification agreements, and then lastly, a certification by the county attorney that there's both statutory authority for the public funding of the work and that the work is something that the county has authority to do itself. I also added, and we've made this very open-ended, giving the county manager pretty broad authority to develop other processes and procedures as we develop the application process and so forth. Number 6, have the chair appoint a committee to screen grant applications, very much the way you now do with Recreation Partners. That screening committee, did I miss something? Okay, sorry. Very much the way we do Recreation Partners now, at least 2 members be county commissioners, the county manager, county attorney, and the county finance director, and others as you deem chair deems appropriate. And that each year the board will make an appropriation in the budget ordinance for the community grants program in whatever amount you deem is sufficient. But the fact that you make an appropriation for a certain amount doesn't obligate you to necessarily make those grants in that total amount. This year you funded, I think, $50,000. Is that what it was this year?
Yes.
Okay, so there's $50,000 already appropriated for this program. That doesn't mean that the committee has to bring back to you a total of $50,000 in grants. I mean, you make grants to whoever you think is going to do the good work and whatever amount is available. But I did not want to commit you to whatever amount you actually appropriate necessarily. That's broad brushed. That's our structure for the program. If you adopt this resolution, we'll immediately get into getting applications together and both published, and probably, I think Christina had the idea of going ahead and submitting notice to our other recipients in the past of outside funding so they're aware of this grant process. I'm done. I don't know if you got any questions or thoughts about.
Okay,
about how we
questions,
try to set
comments
this
from
up.
anyone?
Will this include a deadline as the recreational grants have specifically, or just whenever you want to send a grant in? How is that going to work?
We'd have to ask Dia. She's the one who's going to make those rules. She doesn't know that yet, but she'll be the one who sets it up. That's a fair question. I think it makes sense to try to do it in a way similar to recreation grants, in which you have a time for applications. Once they're in, you consider all the applications, and then you do the funding, and your funding will be whatever cycle seems to be best. You think you'd like to have it on a 12-year funding, a 12-month funding term, but it might be this first time around, and this is really just, I'm spitballing here, Ms. Johnson. The first time around, we might want to make the grant term run through June 30th. In other words, whatever you're going to do, you got to do it by June 30th. In the meantime, we can set this up to run as close to a fiscal year schedule as we can. The problem with that is you don't really know how much you're going to have in the budget until the budget ordinance is adopted, but you want to be ready to go as soon as you can after that. So we're quite flexible here on trying to get this off the ground, so that's an excellent question, but it's something I didn't want to bind the board to in the resolution. I thought it best to leave that to the county manager to see where we are and how we get that working as efficiently on the first time out.
Ms. Denton, did you have any further comment on that now?
I would recommend having an application deadline and go ahead and screening those applications, and then at the end of that cycle, if for some reason there's funding left, you can open it back up. But I don't know that I would leave it open-ended. I think that would be really complicated to screen and award fundings. I highly recommend we would do a set timeline.
Okay, and I think a lot of things, and like Attorney Rollins said, you have to kind of set the flow of it anyway.
We would do an application probably similar to Recreation Partners and ask for all of that typical information, what you plan to do with it, and probably vet them just like you would the Rec Partners application.
Right, okay, all right.
We've tweaked it over the last 20 years, and it's gone pretty well. So I think that's a solid place to start.
And I didn't mention, sorry,
No,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
mention this, but obviously the committee's recommendations come back to you
Right.
for
Right.
grant approval.
Right.
It's not set
Just like
up.
Rec Partners.
And along the lines of that, unless you all want me to do different, we have two commissioners that serve on the Recreation Partners, but to kind of spread it around, I probably appoint two different ones to serve on this committee. To kind of, huh?
They're going off anyway. You're gonna have
Be a good experience for them, because I certainly won't sit on those committees. I'm going to let someone else do it. But anyway, we'll have two different ones on those committees. All right, anything else? We need to adopt it, right?
Just adopt the resolution if you see fit.
Okay.
I
All
move
right.
for the adoption of the resolution for the Halifax County Community Grants Program.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
I second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Okay. You still up?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Transfer of funds to capital reserve.
Right. There are two things in this report. One is in this agenda item, one is a capital reserve fund report, which is where your capital reserve fund stands right now. Let me just present that to you if you can pull that up. They laugh at me because I don't do spreadsheets, so I actually typed this in a Word document, if you can believe that.
The millennials are laughing at you.
But Thomas is going to take that off my hands this year, so it's going to be, this is the last time you're hearing me talk about capital reserve fund. Here's what we have in capital reserve right now. There's a total of $7,837,893 in capital reserve. Of that, we've got interest that, strike that, so I'm already messing it up. Actually, our total is $8,088,784.86. Of that, the principal is $7,837,893, and we've earned interest over the last couple of years since we established this of $250,891. And it is spread out among several different projects or purposes, and you can see them there, and they're broken down with the category figures: courthouse renovation, the 4-H Rural Life Center improvements, a project for the county vehicle and school bus garage, for school facilities, water and sewer system improvements, and then public buildings just generally. That's kind of a catch-all for things that aren't specifically for a project. So there's what we have right now. If you've got a question about that, I'll be glad to answer, but that's just numbers that I got from Teresa, and sat down at the computer and tried to figure out how to put it on a piece of paper, since I can't do spreadsheets.
And I guess what Attorney Rollins is asking of us is approval of the adoption of the attached resolution.
Well, I'm coming to that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just
Jay.
presenting, I'm done with that. Let's move on to that resolution.
All right.
Let me back up and get to that. So there's a resolution before you to add money to the capital reserve fund for this year. And in the budget this year, I think, help me here, Dia. Okay, so this year in the budget, we had a set aside to add an additional $100,000 to be transferred from fund balance to capital reserve fund. That's all this resolution does, is authorize the transfer of that amount of money to capital reserve to be placed in the purpose category of public buildings. And once that's done, then it goes in, it'll be in this report, it'll show up next year in this report. I also have in this resolution something I wanted to clarify, and that was what we do with the interest earned on this money. And what I'm proposing and what's in this resolution is that each year, around July 20th of each year, that all of the interest accrued in the capital reserve fund be reallocated on a prorated basis among these different categories or projects that we have, so that you don't have one fund growing faster than the other. The total amount is earning interest, and then you want to take that total interest and reallocate it among all those categories on a prorated basis, so they're all growing to some extent. At some point, we're going to start spending some of this money, not right away, but sometime soon, and it's great that you've got it set aside. But beyond that, you know, the resolution is mainly to add the additional funding to capital reserve, and I hope you will continue to do that each year. A lot went in this year earlier because of ARPA funding that we had available, and we've done that, but on an annual basis, it's always a good idea to have some set aside for capital.
So are you saying that, the interest that we accrue, that will be distributed among these areas?
Yes, ma'am.
So the 2033 date does not apply?
The 2033 date continues to apply. It's just that the interest, it doesn't apply to the interest.
That's what I'm asking.
Right. The interest is not tied to that date, but it goes in, it will be redistributed to each of those categories each year as it's, you know, you get more interest, you just reallocate it. That date of 2033 on some of these and 2032 on others still applies to everything that's under that category. Right, if that helps clarify. Okay.
So basically, we're sort of increasing the amount.
You're taking the earnings and you're increasing the amounts available for each of these projects on a prorated basis each year. And rather than each project having a total and growing more than the other projects, you take the total interest and reallocate it based on the principle that's in each project. Any other questions? Because if not, I'll just ask for adoption of the resolution.
Move for adoption of the resolution.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Davis, there's a second. Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Okay. All right, thank you, Attorney Rollins. Good work.
I'm coming back to you on the county attorney's report, but that's not right now.
Look, we're just so excited about the community grants.
I am too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, proposal to install birthplace of American Independence Monument on historic courthouse grounds. We'll hear from the President and CEO, Lori Matlin, of the Visitors Bureau. Good morning, good afternoon. Yep.
Chairman Bryant, Board of Commissioners, thanks for letting me speak with you today. I'm here to propose a joint project between the Halifax County Arts Council, the Halifax County Convention and Visitors Bureau, and hopefully the County of Halifax. As you know, historic Halifax breathes life in every corner. In this small town, North Carolina's 4th Provincial Congress boldly adopted the Halifax Resolves. the first official colony to call for independence from Great Britain. That was nearly 250 years ago. These organizations are rallying to build a monument worthy of that legacy in your document circle. Today, this curated space recognizes America's foundational texts, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Halifax Resolves. It's silent, but my children can come through on silent. Sorry. Yeah. So, in your package, you will see a quill pen sculpture. I hope you guys have a picture of that in your package. Okay, good. This is envisioned as a symbol of the power of the written word and would embody the courage and the foresight of the delegates who dare to put their aspirations on paper. This will be made from aluminum etched colonial-style calligraphy. This artistic creation would stand tall as a tribute to North Carolina's revolutionary legacy. Our vision is clear, to create a sculpture that connects the past to the present while inspiring future generations. So, the Arts Council has received a grant from the North Carolina Department of Cultural Resources through their America 250 organization of $30,000. The Halifax County Convention and Visitors Bureau will cover any remaining costs, and the county would own the monument once complete. We hope that county operations will help us with the installation. So this is basically a project between those three organizations to add a sculpture to your document circle in preparation for 2026 and America's 250th celebration, which all started right here in Halifax. Just wanted to get your blessing on continuing with that project here on your grounds.
All started right here, didn't it? Okay. Any questions or comments, Ms. Madeline?
Would the county incur any cost to this
Only with
project
your
at this?
operations, people helping us with installation, and we don't know exactly what that will entail. As you can see, it has a large base. I would think that would be countersunk into the ground, to make sure that it doesn't blow over. So they'll, their expertise will be invaluable. And then your county staff, county manager, and Christina Wells will help us with the exact location. We've got a little GPS location identified right now. But once you get over there and start looking at where power lines are and all that, we'll all have to work together to put it in the very best place. But other than that, no cost.
Okay. Anything else? If not, need your approval for the installation of the birthplace of American Independence Monument in the document circle where the Charters of Freedom are located at just behind us here at the historic courthouse grounds.
I move the approval.
Motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep. Okay. All right. And appreciate you, Laura, and also let the Arts Council know we appreciate them as well.
I will. They
Okay.
wouldn't be here today if they were all scattered. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would have made his day. Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a statement piece.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
The big question now is the size, or we don't want it to be too tall, so we'll work
Right.
together to make sure it's
Yeah.
perfect size.
Yeah. I think that's important. You're right. Good. Okay. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. All right, y'all. If y'all don't mind, let's take a 5-minute break for a bathroom break. I know several of us would like that.
I second it.
I know the clock is not right over there, but it says 12:21. Let's be back at 12:26. By that clock over there.
Okay, I gotta Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as I was saying.
All those opposed? Okay, Halifax County, Council on Aging. Receive nominations to appoint Christina Wells to replace Renee Perry.
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Lake Gaston Weed Council. Receive nominations to appoint Thomas Everett to replace Renee Perry. Motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Why y'all laughing so hard? Let me carry this motion.
I'll still be the one to go. He's just my backup. I can't let go of all that food.
Yeah.
Second made by Commissioner Johnson. I think that's where I am. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Hey, Thomas, this is not a setup now. Well, the next one is better, Thomas. I promise you that. Upper Coastal Plain Board of Directors. Receive nominations to appoint Thomas Everett to replace Renee Perry.
I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Voluntary Agriculture District Board. Receive nominations to reappoint Hayward Harold and Will Mann.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Vice Chair Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Receive nominations to waive the term limit and reappoint Raymond Garner Jr. to the Voluntary Agricultural District Board.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Davis. There a second?
Second it.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Just so you all will know, we do have some boards that still have vacancies on it, and it's been vacancies for a while, like that Adult Care Home Advisory Committee, and some other boards too, but anyway. We need to try to get some of those filled as soon as we can. But you all are doing a great job in recruiting our citizens and asking them to serve. All right, at this time, we're going to move to item 6, Economic Development Report. We'll hear from Ms. Kathy Scott, Economic Development Director.
I was looking for the Anyway, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to be very brief, go through this report quickly because I know you have a lot of items still on the agenda, and I have a couple of additions too, as you well know. But just a quick update on our economic indicators. Our unemployment rate has ticked up a little bit to 5.7% as compared to 5.5% in June last year. That represents almost 1,100 people that are, just a little over 1,100 people that are unemployed in Halifax County. Our building permits were around the $2 million range compared to $1.7 million a year ago in June. And then our retail sales were at just over $60 million compared to $58 million a year ago. And we're seeing just a little fluctuation in the retail sales. We're ahead of last year, but not at the same level we were as far as an increase in the year prior. We had Secretary of State Elaine Marshall. She visited Halifax County on July 16. She met with Roanoke Rapids community leaders. She did a roundtable at Halifax Community College. And then she participated in a luncheon with President Katrina Elliott at Halifax Community College. And she asked to meet with companies like Roanoke Valley Lumber and Welded Mills Distillery. And so it kind of helped to arrange those meetings, great meetings. Very seasoned representative for our state.
She is.
Small business realm.
And those meetings are well attended.
As well.
Yeah, meetings are well attended by
And
local.
I guess everybody knows now that Jason Carroll, president of our hospital, is retiring this week. It's his last week. And he served as vice president of Halifax Horizon, so we honored him at our last meeting. And I did have an opportunity to meet the new interim president, Dennis Campbell. I've invited him to our Economic Development Board meeting coming up in September. And he
may or may not be the full president, but he will be the interim. Dennis Campbell will be. Great guy. A few project updates. The Heaton expansion is taking shape. They'll be finishing up by the end of the year, and we'll work with them to get a grand opening scheduled for later this year. The Fairfield by Marriott, a new floor every month, so it looks like they're making great progress. And then the last $750,000 for the road improvements approved at the DOT board meeting in June, so get that funding released. So that's really critical, because if you look at Becker Drive extension from Winter Rapids and Fairground Lane, which is that side street that is unimproved right now in Weldon, where the hotel's located. I can't show you on this map, but next month I will. It's really going to help open up that area as another exit from Running Rapids and another entrance to Running Rapids for commuters. So that's a really positive thing. I'm meeting with Stella Jones tomorrow. They're moving full speed ahead, and we're going to discuss their rail project, and still they're looking at a fall completion day. Our select site, we're moving full speed ahead with that. We're really excited that we were selected as one of the 15 best industrial sites in the state, really 301 industrial sites. And there's some funding that will be available to us to help us with any enhancements we need to do for this site. And one of the things I want to work with is work with DOT. There are some property owners that live on the entrance road to the US 301 industrial site that live on a dirt road. And there's a way for us to take advantage of any funding we'll be able to get through special funding as a select site, and then merge that with secondary road funds from DOT. It could be a great help to help those citizens finally get a paved road into their sites. So really hope we can work that out. And what it means to have such a select site, I've already told you, we're considered to be one of the best industrial sites, but we're getting increased exposure to manufacturing, warehousing, and distribution projects. In fact, in the last couple of weeks, we're getting 5 or 6 a week that we weren't getting previously, because the site wasn't, from the state's perspective, as pristine as we've proven it to be. So it really is making a difference. And then we're going to get some access to additional funding, like we were just talking about, for access road improvement. And also, one of the things that we keep seeing on RFIs now, which are requests for information, is ALTA survey. And, our boundary survey is fine, but it's like companies want an ALTA survey. So that might be something we look at within the future. We did get our $1.4 million awarded from Golden Leaf last week. So ready to move forward with that project. The Running Cooperative is ready to move forward with the regulated process. I'm going to be sending a letter to you in just a bit on that. Still working on a infrastructure project to exit 154, and still working to try to find that last few $100,000 to get the Airhouse Road construction financed fully. As I mentioned, our client activity increased for July. Look and see at the number of projects. There was only one building project last month, which is unusual, but really good, robust month for us in client activity. And that's all I have. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Okay. Any questions or comments, Ms. Scott? Okay, if not, thank you, Ms. Scott. Appreciate y'all that you do.
I have a couple more things.
Go ahead.
My report, that's okay.
Go ahead. Yep, that's fine.
You may recall that Gia sent out last week that with the funding of the Golden Leaf, $1.4 million for the 40,000 square foot building, the leverage of other funds for that project was identified to be rural economic development loan grant funds from the Running Cooperative. And they have indicated their interest to help us, meet that gap and be that partner in getting that done. So I did, you were provided a letter that we are writing to Running Cooperative. You can take one and pass it down.
Yes, ma'am.
And this letter we just did Running Cooperative, the board and the board of commissioners, that you would like for them to receive the funding for this project. And
Thanks.
basically that gives them so they can go to their board and get approval to start that process. And then there's a process we had to go through too, as we develop this funding package. And Lynn probably knows the steps much better than me, but one of those important steps is approval by the local government commission because the red leg funding that would come from that cooperative would be in the form of a loan, a zero interest loan, as we discussed. And that loan would be deferrable for 2 years, so it's a matter of just getting that process started. So that's what this letter addresses as far as working with the Shell Industrial Building, working with Roanoke Cooperative, and utilizing their red leg accessibility of funding for financing the total building package. Any questions?
Any questions or comments, Ms. Scott? Need approval for this letter.
Yes, sir.
You know, do want to make note that Representative Ray was mighty instrumental in helping with this. I know that and a lot of other things. I do want to make that comment. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
I move for approval of submitting the letter.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
I will second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, second by Commissioner Smith. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
And we'll get that signed letter from you after the meeting.
right, okay, all right.
And then I have one more thing for you. Another item that our county manager made you aware of last week. And I know all of y'all muddled over all this over the weekend, right?
Yes, Andrew, I want that in the packet. Was this in the packet? Okay. Sure. All right, thanks. I got a pen. Yeah. All right, no problem.
So before you have a resolution for the North Carolina Department of Commerce Building Reuse Program. You may be familiar, we have used the Building Reuse Program in the past to work with industry that are either considering locating here or expanding to make improvements to an existing building that qualify for this program. So our last project that we utilized this program for was the company, it was Project 1200. At that time, the company wasn't known, who the company was, and so that was our last resolution that we had, and the last application that was submitted to support building reuse funding for a specific company. So this company, this is a company that is still considering other state incentives and other programs. So the company name is not being released, and but this company is looking at making investments to an existing building in Halifax County. And so they appear to qualify for $353,983 in building reuse funds. And a resolution is required for this program from the county for it to be approved by the Rural Infrastructure Authority. So your consideration of this resolution is being requested today.
Okay, you've heard the information coming from our Economic Development Director. What is your pleasure? Motion made by Vice Chair Brewer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion, Attorney Rollins?
Can I just ask, and I apologize, I wasn't here last week. Building reuse grant, my recollection is that they normally have some kind of local matching funds. Might this do that as well? And it's not a commitment that's needed now by the board, but it might be. Can you elaborate any more?
I can, and it's not one that we generally make with building reuse projects, as you're aware. The state does require their application guidelines, but the way we structure a budget when we do that is that the building reuse match that's required, a 5% match, comes from the company to us, so that we get that money in our coffers, and then when the first requisition is paid, that match is done. So that meets the match requirement. We've always done it that way. In fact, we've required companies to, give us a letter stating that they would take care of the match.
And so this is just to kick off the process
That's
with
correct.
rural development. And at some point, we'll come back and go through our usual processes about public hearing and accepting the funds and things like that.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else? If not, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate you. All right. County managers report.
Bless you.
Bless
Good
you.
afternoon again. I have 3 items on the agenda for your consideration today. The first one is in regards to your legislative goals that you would submit to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. This happens every 2 years. And at last month's meeting, I gave you what you had submitted 2 years ago, and after some discussion, you had staff go back and add 2 goals. One is in regards to opportunity scholarships. That's goal number 2 on your draft that's in your agenda packets. That's to hold the private schools that receive those opportunity scholarship funds to the same standards as your regular public schools. And then goal number 3 was to basically allow counties to have more involvement on the front end of broadband projects and to have a larger involvement during the grant project to ensure better management and hold those internet service providers accountable. If that language looks okay, I'll be glad to submit that to NCCC this week, but I wanted you all to see that and approve the wording before we submit it.
I just had a question about wording and how
Okay.
specific we should be. Never written legislative goals before, so is it good to be specific? So like goal 2, do we mention teaching standards, testing, accountability, or just leave it?
I would leave
general?
it very general.
Okay.
They are pretty specific about the words seeking legislation or seeks legislative support. If you look in their full agenda, legislative agenda, it's fairly broad so that it could cover all 100 North Carolina counties. So that's why they're a little bit more on the broad side.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Motion made by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? I have one thing. Are these in order or just no order? We just submit it like they are?
They're in no particular order for the
Oh.
county, and I'm not sure, you have to submit them online, so I'm not sure if they can be prioritized. If you all would like to set a priority on them, I'm happy to do that, but I can't guarantee that once I get into their online portal that I'll be able to do that. I just don't know.
But,
And you've got them coming from 100 counties having set there.
mm-hmm.
And some counties will have the very same we have, and some counties will have something we probably never thought of.
Mhm.
And that's the purpose of getting them in. It's really a hodgepodge
Mhm.
until it goes to the goals committee, and then that's one of the lengthiest meetings you will ever go to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it.
Yeah, Goals Committee, they do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll just leave it like it is then. All right, with that being said, anything else? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a retirement resolution for David Turner, who just chose not to appear before you today with the other retirees. He's actually retiring from animal control. So just request your approval of that resolution.
Okay, can I get a motion for that?
Motion for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Johnson. Well, I can tell it's getting close, there.
I know.
They're firing it off now. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Okay, the final item is something we've been waiting on for several months. The ADMs finally came out from DPI about 2 weeks ago, and they're included in your agenda packets. Let me grab it. There was slight changes for all 3 districts. So you have 2 sheets. You have The first sheet has really no highlights on it. Those are using the old 23-24 ADM and charter figures. The sheet that has all of the highlights on it are using the new state allotments that we have from DPI. And I had put those in a previous weekly update also. Fairly small changes for all three systems, but it does change the math just a little bit on their allocations. So if this is something you would like to move forward with and approve, we'll amend the budget accordingly.
Okay, any questions or comments? If not, we'll need your, go ahead.
When did they, record those numbers? It used to be October. Is this coming from October or is it coming from later?
From DPI?
Yeah, any year.
I don't know.
Isn't it the first 16 days of the school year?
That's what it's supposed to be, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's so late.
I don't know how they get that figure. What they've done historically, which typically it's posted around February or March, right? So it's much later this year. The only thing I've ever been able to figure out is it's the best one of two. So they have like an estimated or a planning allotment and then their actual. And we've always taken the higher number. So I think it's some sort of, I don't know if it's an average of the two, but they do show actuals. I can't tell you how.
Unless it's changed, Ms. Johnson, and you will remember this, it is supposed to be actual numbers. That's why you see the children staying in these three school systems until the ADM date has expired.
So what it has, so I have all three systems with me from DPI's website. What it says is 24-25 allotted ADM is based on the 23-24 best one of two actual.
So they changed to this one too, okay?
That's what it says. This is new.
Okay, anything else?
So the number, the difference, is that's the money that now needs to be allocated to?
Right, your figures that are highlighted would be their new figures.
And our motion needs to be that we consider the approval of the revised 24-25 LEA allocation worksheet with the new 24-25 average daily membership for the fiscal year numbers from NCDPI updated charter schools and from our school system. Is that the motion?
I move approval of that motion.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, all right, you got anything else?
No, sir, I'm done, thank you.
Can I ask one question
Yes.
about this?
Yes, ma'am.
When a child is in an early college, and we got three sitting at Halifax Community College, where does their ADM money go?
As far as I know, they're counted within that LEA's ADM.
That's what I'm- Okay.
They count them as one of their students.
All right, anything else? If not, we'll move to item 8, County Attorney, Rollins.
Thank you. Two items on the agenda for you, and the first is a proposed new agreement between the county and the municipalities in the county for collection of their property taxes. For years, we've done this under interlocal agreements that were done many, many years ago. Doris and I have been talking about this off and on for a little bit too long, and we finally were able to get to a point, or maybe I was, where we can propose an amendment to these interlocal agreements, actually amended and restated entirely. What this does, as it says in the agenda item, there's really about 6 things that it's going to accomplish. It's going to delete some prior language that says that you are authorized to levy taxes for the towns. You aren't, and that wasn't what it meant to say. A levy is something only the town commissioners can do and only you can do, but what it meant to imply was you were going to collect the taxes that they've levied. So we've deleted that language and clarified it. we wanted to clarify a provision that related to the county's discount period. We have a discount for early payment of taxes, and we wanted to clarify that each of the towns, by being in this agreement, agrees to have their taxes discounted as well. So as long as we have a discount, we're going to discount their town taxes also. And to make that clear that they couldn't go back on that while we had this in place. We clarify that a charge for municipal solid waste, which many of our towns do, that are collected as property taxes would be included in the definition of property taxes, so that, you know, our collection would include not just actual ad valorem taxes, but also those solid waste fees that many of our towns also have on the tax bill. And believe it or not, to also clarify that the tax collector is appointed, our county tax collector is appointed as the tax collector for the town. That was certainly implied in our agreements, but I felt it needed to be specifically stated, so we do that. Then there's a new provision concerning the payment or the collection of unpaid expenses that a town might have for abatement of a public health nuisance. Now, this gets, I'm not going to get into all the details about this, but there's a provision in the general statutes that if a town has the authority to summarily abate a public health nuisance, a lot of times it's mowing really high grass. Sometimes it's other things that might be a public health nuisance. Towns have the authority to go in and do that without any other warning ahead of time. If they see something that needs to be done, they go do it, and then they tell that property owner, you owe us $750 for whatever it was they did. If that property owner doesn't pay that, then the town has the ability to collect that just like property taxes. What we're proposing to do, and it's created a problem with our foreclosures, a lot of times we don't know the towns have those liens for unpaid nuisance abatement expenses, and we'll go to foreclose and they'll say, well, by the way, we've got $3,000 in unpaid nuisance abatement liens that you know, we find out are, you know, equal to our lien, and it creates issues. So what Doris and I thought we might do is propose and make an offer to, okay, when you have this expense and it's not paid, let Doris know, and she will add that to the tax bill for that year, even if it means sending out an amended tax bill. That's so we don't get these unpaid nuisance abatement liens accruing and being a really large figure if we get to particular property. So it's a provision where we can agree to add that to the tax bill so long as they document what they've done to get there. That was a little more than I wanted to say about it, but I think that's enough. And then finally, another provision we've often thought we needed for a while to be clear, and that is that you, the Board of Commissioners, will have the authority to release or refund town property taxes without going back to the town council to get approval of a release or refund, if that, except when that demand for a refund by a taxpayer is based upon use of a tax for an illegal purpose. The other reasons for releasing or refunding property taxes is where you've had property that really shouldn't have been taxed. Maybe it's in another, maybe it's a car in a trailer in another county, or there's a mistake in the property value. Those are the kinds of things that you've been doing this already. Maybe you shouldn't have been, because it wasn't really clear that you had authority to release a town's property tax under the same legal requirements that you were releasing the county tax. It just made sense that you'd be able to do it. And there's no reason not to have you go ahead and do that in those other circumstances. However, if it's a circumstance where a town is using their property tax for an illegal purpose, that's on that town. We're not going to make a judgment about that. We can deal with all day long about whether something's properly taxed or shouldn't have been taxed or wasn't there or burned down and we didn't know about it. We do that all the time. But if a town is using tax proceeds for an illegal purpose, that's something we're going to defer and say, you need to go to the town of Enfield or whoever it is that used that tax for what you say is an unlawful purpose. So we're adding language about that as well. The proposed amended and restated interlocal agreement is attached, and with your agenda items, All I need for now is for you to approve the proposed form of agreement, and we will arrange to get on the agenda for each of the towns to present this to them and go from there. So I tried to summarize that without getting into all the nitty-gritty. Unless you've got questions, I'll just ask that you simply approve that to move forward with discussions with each of the municipalities.
Okay?
Approval, the only approval that would be needed to act on this, or do we need to tell approval?
Two things have to happen. We will present to the towns a resolution adopting this interlocal agreement. I'd like to be able to tell them that you've already seen it and approved it in form, but eventually I'll come back to you soon, I hope, with, interlocal agreements have to be adopted by resolution. They can't just be, yeah, sounds good. So I'll come back to you with that formal resolution as well. We will have already presented that resolution to them, and then we'll come back to you for the final wrap-up.
And you have given them a heads up through the HCIA meeting.
I vaguely remember that. I think I left as soon as I finished.
You sure
Went
did.
somewhere,
It was in
okay.
Enfield.
Yeah,
Infield, yes.
because Doris was there.
Doris was there, and Michelle and Doris and I worked very hard on this, trying to cover everything that needed to be covered, and we feel good about it. I hope the towns will. I think it just clarifies things that need to be clarified, so we don't have any issues going forward. So if
Yeah.
I can just have a motion approving this as a matter of form, we'll take the next steps with each of the municipalities.
Okay, can I get a motion for that?
Second.
All right, motion, motion by Vice Chair Brewer, second by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay.
All right, the last thing on the agenda that I put in here is, let's see, I think it's,
Proposed administrative
oh yes,
agreement.
Board of Elections.
Board of
Oh my
Elections.
goodness. Okay.
Fun, fun, fun.
All right, okay. This is something that we have needed for some time, and we get into discussions about this as staff, and we're particularly talking about the county personnel policy and who it applies to and that sort of thing. Just in case you didn't know, the folks who work for the Board of Elections don't work for us, okay? They work for the Board of Elections. And the Board of Elections is not your appointed board. And I can't keep up with how they get appointed now, but I think now it's someone else, not county commissioners, who have anything to do with that appointment. And that's all I need to know about that right now. But we do have an informal understanding that their employees are going to be subjected or subject to the county personnel policy with respect to job classifications, salaries, benefits, leave, that kind of thing. But that's not formally in writing anywhere. So what we're trying to do here is cover a number of things administratively between this board and the Board of Elections about those kinds of things. And first of all, to specifically note that their employees will be subject to the county personnel policy with respect to pay and benefits and so forth. Discipline, I think, however, discipline will not be under the county. Discipline will be by the Board of Elections. They'll be responsible for that. Now, if they want, and this is where Kristen's going to love this part, if they want to know what to do when they get a disciplinary matter, then they can confer with us. They can confer with me, they can confer with HRM about what kind of process they might want to use, but it's really their call about how they handle discipline, and we're going to leave that way. The other thing that we have in here has to do specifically with my legal representation of the Board of Elections. It makes sense and it works that I'm available to provide legal advice to them when they need it, and they often do, particularly after an election when there are challenges and protest petitions and that kind of thing. So you as a board, by this agreement, is specifically giving me authority to represent them and provide legal advice to them until there's a matter that there's a conflict of interest between the Board of Elections and the Board of Commissioners. And at that point, I'm free to say to them, sorry, can't help you, and I still represent the Board of County Commissioners, so maybe you better talk to somebody else about that. That hasn't happened in my 12 years here, but it could. So there's an escape hatch there for that. What I'm asking you to do for now is to approve this draft of an administrative agreement, and if you approve going forward with that, I'm going to take it to the elections director and ask to appear before the Board of Elections about getting this in place so that we have this actually nailed down. I probably should have done this before, and I'm just glad we're getting around to it, but unless you have questions, I'll just ask you to simply, by motion, approve this form of agreement.
I read the agreement. Lynn and I went to the state workshop on the new regulations for the Board of Elections. If we're taking on this responsibility, what is the responsibility of
They have, the only responsibility we're taking on is doing what we're already doing. We're already in practice have their employees, and there's no easy way to say this, they're already operating under our personnel policy. There's just nothing in writing that says that. And this is putting that in writing. Otherwise, we're not taking any responsibility for any of their work with respect to it running elections. We can't, and this doesn't do that. This just,
because it was unwritten, we did certain things, but it was not written.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, my question is, and I read this about 4 times, but
Sorry.
I'm into HR. So who's been doing the leave and starting and ending times?
I'm going to back up this way.
I'm just asking because I
Let these two look at each other.
And Kristen, I'm sure you might have some answers too, but who handles that? And is this person or persons in that office, are they state and local as far as retirement? I don't know the answers to these things, and I got no problem with this, but I'd like to know some of this other stuff.
I'll probably partner with
Kristen.
these two ladies over here. I can tell you, I do sign off on the director's timesheets, mostly to have a signature. It could just as easily go to that board chair, but I think I have, 6 months worth of timesheets finally that got
No.
submitted because we needed timesheets. And that can be an audit issue.
You think?
And so we finally got those and I signed off on them just so we would have it documented. But as far, what was the other question you asked about?
Are they state and local employees?
Retirement system.
There should be in the local
I'm just
retirement
asking.
system, are they?
I'm asking.
Okay.
I know that we pull from the local, as far as payroll deduction for state.
But as far as the direction, as far as work, those employees fall under the board, the
People,
local
I
board
I
of
understand
elections.
that.
Schedule, hiring, firing, all of it. We do have a role as far as in their financial piece. And we probably do need to have some conversations about that internally, with some of the budgeting and expenses and planning, I'll say, within their local budget. That's the biggest piece that we do.
And I'm assuming that in all Warren counties, all of them operate the same way, just like we operate.
I don't know.
I don't believe that to be so.
I'm not sure. I would,
Is this an agreement we have to agree on today?
No, ma'am.
Well, it sounds to me like we're cleaning up some stuff.
It's not,
in
but
this
we
agreement.
need to put this in place. We need to have written understanding about what the Board of Elections relationship, what their employees' relationship is to the county. There's nothing as weird as county government. And this is one of the things that's really weird about it, is that you've got a Board of Elections that has nothing to do with the county, except you have to pay for everything they're doing. And so you need these understandings in place about how that relationship's going to work. And if you don't, eventually, something's going to happen where, well, you can't tell us what to do.
Yeah.
And they might be right. And then we can say, well, we don't have that much money, and we'd be right. So I'm not looking for adversarial roles. I'm just saying, I'm trying to put in place a written document that actually puts in writing what we've been working under, without a written document for a number of years, as I understand it.
What is Kristen's response to the document that we're doing?
I will be frank with you, I have presented this to Kristen on several occasions and asked her to discuss it with her board and told I'd be glad to come see the board. I've not been invited. So I told Dee, I said, let's go to the Board of Commissioners, get you all to say, yes, pursue this, and then I can go knock on the door and say, I've got instructions from the county commissioners to get something in place.
So you're asking us at this point to move forward?
I would love for you to move forward. I mean, this doesn't have to be the last word, okay? But if I at least have from you, county attorney, go to the Board of Elections and let's get something in writing.
Okay.
And I move that we approve the administrative agreement between the County Board of Elections and our Board of Commissioners to at least get something moving.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Brewer, is there a second?
I can believe that second.
Second, by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? I'm not going to get into the weeds of all this, but Attorney Ross made a comment that county government is complicated. And most of us said, right, who've been here a while, like I know the two of y'all said, no, that's true, because we provide funding to different sources, and we don't have control over those sources other than the funding piece, and it makes it very difficult. And Board of Election, is kind of in a similar road too. Not that we've had a lot of problems, but I'm just saying, it's complicated. And they're not on one, you look at the ag building, agriculture extension, that's county, state, NC State, and everybody else.
And
Federal.
federal.
It's complicated, and it makes it hard. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna say. Anyone else? Yeah, drug court? You're right, Commissioner Davis, drug court. Anyway. And by the way, we did go to the ceremony the other day. Went well. Also, Mr. Everett went with us as well. Okay, all right. Anything else? If not, all in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay. You have anything else?
I don't have anything else for you today, no, sir.
I do. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's see. Other business. Okay. I do have a letter from and this was at the request of Mrs. Catherine Moody with the National Association of University Women. The Halifax branch is sponsoring an event in Wake County. She just called and asked me, asked the commissioner's approval, letter of support and that type thing, and that's why we have this, before us. And so that's what we have. Just ask for your approval of this. Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Brewer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? And I know you will, Madam Clerk, you're going to call her and have her to come pick it up. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, anything else on the other business before we go?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to make a comment about Trillium. I guess you all know I had been a little bit critical sometime about the way that they were performing. They have come in the Skyneck area, and I can say that I have received word that they were called into a situation on Saturday, and they got very good response. The family was very well satisfied with the service that they got.
Okay.
And I think, when you're critical, I think you need to give them accolades as well.
Right.
So, Commissioner Davis, I'm hoping that you will pass that on.
Right, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner Smith. All right, anything else on the other business? If not, do we have to, I know we got to go in closed session just for minutes. Do we have anything else?
There should be one economic development item. Does she just? Okay.
Where's Kathy?
I think she just stepped out. She should
Okay.
have one item for your information under economic development.
Okay, all right. All right, Attorney Rogers, you have anything?
I have nothing, no, sir. I don't
Do
dare.
you know where economic development item is? It's about?
I'm sorry, I wasn't here last
Oh,
week, so
okay. All right.
I'm with,
I know which
I'm in y'all's
project it
boat.
is.
Right. Okay.
She's got her stuff here, so.
Okay.
All
She
right.
probably just stepped out. for a minute.
Okay, all right. With that being said, can we get a motion to go into closed session for the approval of minutes and for an economic development issue?
Move to go into closed session.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Davis, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Johnson, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Okay, Tommy says she's standing out there. Okay,
Trying to be in the restroom, let me get a.
okay, all right. I tell you what, I know she's got her, well, we can just wait. I was gonna go ahead and approve the minutes, but I guess we can wait till Andrea gets back. All right, being that she is back, can I get a motion to approve the closed session minutes? Okay, motion made by, Vice Chair Brewer, second by Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion?